Hi, welcome back to Cosmic and Body Horror. If you enjoy my content, please consider hitting the like button. It's the only way the YouTube algorithm notices me. Hazel Drake Heald was an American horror and weird fiction author from Somerville, Massachusetts. She is best known as a revision client of Lovecraft. There are few details of her time working with Lovecraft. It is documented that she and Lovecraft began corresponding in 1932, and it is possible they met once in person. Colleague CM Eddy once stated that he believed Heald harbored romantic feelings for Lovecraft, while Lovecraft didn't explicitly confess to sharing her feelings. His choice of the Mother Goddess Shub-Niggurath as the main Old One in the works he wrote for her suggests that he might have shared the same sentiments. This collection features the 5 stories HP Lovecraft wrote for Hazel Heald. I've included timestamps for each story in the description. Hope you enjoy. Out of the Aeons by HP Lovecraft and Hazel Heald. Weird Tales, April 1935. Manuscript found among the effects of the late Richard H. Johnson, Ph.D., curator of the Cabot Museum of Archaeology, Boston, Mass. It is not likely that anyone in Boston, or any alert reader elsewhere, will ever forget the strange affair of the Cabot Museum. The newspaper publicity given to that hellish mummy, the antique and terrible rumors vaguely linked with it, the morbid wave of interest and cult activities during 1932, and the frightful fate of the 2 intruders on December 1st of that year, all combined to form one of those classic mysteries which go down for generations as folklore and become the nuclei of whole cycles of horrific speculation. Everyone seems to realize, too, that something very vital and unutterably hideous was suppressed in the public accounts of the culminant horrors. Those first disquieting hints as to the condition of one of the 2 bodies were dismissed and ignored too abruptly. Nor were the singular modifications in the mummy given the following up which their news value would normally prompt. It also struck people as queer that the mummy was never restored to its case. In these days of expert taxidermy, the excuse that its disintegrating condition made exhibition impracticable seemed a peculiarly lame one. As curator of the museum, I am in a position to reveal all the suppressed facts, but this I shall not do during my lifetime. There are things about the world and universe which it is better for the majority not to know, and I have not departed from the opinion in which all of us, museum staff, physicians, reporters and police, concurred at the period of the horror itself. At the same time, it seems proper that a matter of such overwhelming scientific and historic importance should not remain wholly unrecorded. Hence this account which I have prepared for the benefit of serious students. I shall place it among various papers to be examined after my death, leaving its fate to the discretion of my executors. Certain threats and unusual events during the past weeks have led me to believe that my life, as well as that of other museum officials, is in some peril through the enmity of several widespread secret cults of Asiatics, Polynesians, and heterogeneous mystical devotees. Hence it is possible that the work of the executors may not be long postponed. Executor's note: Dr. Johnson died suddenly and rather mysteriously of heart failure on April 22, 1933. Wentworth Moore, taxidermist of the museum, disappeared around the middle of the preceding month. On February 18 of the same year, Dr. William Minot, who superintended a dissection connected with the case, was stabbed in the back, dying the following day. The real beginning of the horror, I suppose, was in 1879, long before my term as curator, when the museum acquired that ghastly, inexplicable mummy from the Orient Shipping Company. Its very discovery was monstrous and menacing, for it came from a crypt of unknown origin and fabulous antiquity on a bit of land suddenly upheaved from the Pacific's floor. On May 11, 1878, Captain Charles Weatherby of the freighter Eridanus, bound from Wellington, New Zealand to Valparaiso, Chile, had sighted a new island unmarked on any chart and evidently of volcanic origin. It projected quite boldly out of the sea in the form of a truncated cone. A landing party under Captain Weatherby noted evidences of long submersion on the rugged slopes which they climbed. While at the summit, there were signs of recent destruction, as by an earthquake. Among the scattered rubble were massive stones of manifestly artificial shaping, and a little examination disclosed the presence of some of that prehistoric cyclopean masonry found on certain Pacific islands and forming a perpetual archaeological puzzle. Finally, the sailors entered a massive stone crypt, judged to have been part of a much larger edifice and to have originally lain far underground, in one corner of which the frightful mummy crouched. After a short period of virtual panic, caused partly by certain carvings on the walls, the men were induced to move the mummy to the ship, though it was only with fear and loathing that they touched it. Close to the body, as if once thrust into its clothes, was a cylinder of an unknown metal containing a roll of thin, bluish-white membrane of equally unknown nature, inscribed with peculiar characters in a greyish, indeterminable pigment. In the center of the vast stone floor was a suggestion of a trap door, but the party lacked apparatus sufficiently powerful to move it. The Cabot Museum, then newly established, saw the meager reports of the discovery and at once took steps to acquire the mummy in the cylinder. Curator Pickman made a personal trip to Valparaiso and outfitted a schooner to search for the crypt where the thing had been found, though meeting with failure in this matter. At the recorded position of the island, nothing but the sea's unbroken expanse could be discerned, and the seekers realized that the same seismic forces which had suddenly thrust the island up had carried it down again to the watery darkness where it had brooded for untold eons. The secret of that immovable trapdoor would never be solved. The mummy and the cylinder, however, remained, and the former was placed on exhibition early in November 1879 in the museum's Hall of Mummies. The Cabot Museum of Archaeology, which specializes in such remnants of ancient and unknown civilizations as do not fall within the domain of art, is a small and scarcely famous institution. Though one of high standing in scientific circles, it stands in the heart of Boston's exclusive Beacon Hill district, in Mount Vernon Street, near Joy. Housed in a former private mansion with an added wing in the rear, and was a source of pride to its austere neighbors until the recent terrible events brought it an undesirable notoriety. The Hall of Mummies on the western side of the original mansion, which was designed by Bulfinch and erected in 1819 on the second floor, is justly esteemed by historians and anthropologists as harboring the greatest collection of its kind in America. Here may be found typical examples of Egyptian embalming from the earliest Saqqara specimens to the last Coptic attempts of the 8th century. Mummies of other cultures, including the prehistoric Indian specimens recently found in the Aleutian Islands, agonized Pompeian figures molded in plaster from tragic hollows in the ruin-choking ashes, naturally mummified bodies from mines and other excavations in all parts of the earth, some surprised by their terrible entombment in the grotesque postures caused by their last, tearing death throes. Everything, in short, which any collection of the sort could well be expected to contain. In 1879, of course, it was much less ample than it is now, yet even then it was remarkable. But that shocking thing from the primal cyclopean crypt on an ephemeral sea-spawned island was always its chief attraction and most impenetrable mystery. The mummy was that of a medium-sized man of unknown race, and was cast in a peculiar crouching posture. The face, half shielded by claw-like hands, had its underjaw thrust far forward, while the shriveled features bore an expression of fright so hideous that few spectators could view them unmoved. The eyes were closed, with lids clamped down tightly over eyeballs apparently bulging and prominent. Bits of hair and beard remained, and the color of the whole was a sort of dull neutral grey. In texture the thing was half leathery and half stony, forming an insoluble enigma to those experts who sought to ascertain how it was embalmed. In places bits of its substance were eaten away by time and decay. Rags of some peculiar fabric, with suggestions of unknown designs, still clung to the object. Just what made it so infinitely horrible and repulsive one could hardly say. For one thing, there was a subtle, indefinable sense of limitless antiquity and utter alienage, which affected one like a view from the brink of a monstrous abyss of unplumbed blackness. But mostly it was the expression of crazed fear on the puckered, prognathous, half-shielded face. Such a symbol of infinite, inhuman. Cosmic fright could not help communicating the emotion to the beholder amidst a disquieting cloud of mystery and vain conjecture. Among the discriminating few who frequented the Cabot Museum, this relic of an elder forgotten world soon acquired an unholy fame, though the institution's seclusion and quiet policy prevented it from becoming a popular sensation of the Cardiff giant sort. In the last century, the art of vulgar ballyhoo had not invaded the field of scholarship to the extent it has now succeeded in doing. Naturally, savants of various kinds tried their best to classify the frightful object, though always without success. Theories of a bygone Pacific civilization, of which the Easter Island images and the megalithic masonry of Ponape and Nan Matol are conceivable vestiges, were freely circulated among students. And learned journals carried varied and often conflicting speculations on a possible former continent whose peaks survive as the myriad islands of Melanesia and Polynesia. The diversity in dates assigned to the hypothetical vanished culture, or continent, was at once bewildering and amusing, yet some surprisingly relevant allusions were found in certain myths of Tahiti and other islands. Meanwhile, the strange cylinder and its baffling scroll of unknown hieroglyphs, carefully preserved in the museum library, received their due share of attention. No question could exist as to their association with the mummy, hence all realized that in the unraveling of their mystery, the mystery of the shriveled horror would, in all probability, be unraveled as well. The cylinder, about 4 inches long by 7/8 of an inch in diameter, was of a queerly iridescent metal utterly defying chemical analysis and seemingly impervious to all reagents. It was tightly fitted with a cap of the same substance and bore engraved figurings of an evidently decorative and possibly symbolic nature. Conventional designs which seemed to follow a peculiarly alien, paradoxical and doubtfully describable system of geometry. Not less mysterious was the scroll it contained. A neat roll of some thin, bluish-white, unanalysable membrane coiled round a slim rod of metal like that of the cylinder and unwinding to a length of some 2 feet. The large, bold hieroglyphs, extending in a narrow line down the center of the scroll and penned or painted with a grey pigment defying analysis, resembled nothing known to linguists and paleographers, and could not be deciphered despite the transmission of photographic copies to every living expert in the given field. It is true that a few scholars, unusually versed in the literature of occultism and magic, found vague resemblances between some of the hieroglyphs and certain primal symbols described or cited in 2 or 3 very ancient, obscure and esoteric texts such as the Book of Aeons, reputed to descend from forgotten Hyperborea, the Pnakotic fragments, alleged to be pre-human, and the monstrous and forbidden Necronomicon of the mad Arab Abdul al-Hazard. None of these resemblances, however, was beyond dispute, and because of the prevailing low estimation of occult studies, no effort was made to circulate copies of the hieroglyphs among mystical specialists. Had such circulation occurred at this early date, the later history of the case might have been very different. Indeed, a glance at the hieroglyphs by any reader of von Junst's horrible nameless cults would have established a linkage of unmistakable significance. At this period, however, the readers of that monstrous blasphemy were exceedingly few, copies having been incredibly scarce in the interval between the suppression of the original Dusseldorf edition, 1839, and of the Bridewell translation, 1845, and the publication of the expurgated reprint by the Golden Goblin Press in 1909. Practically speaking, no occultist or student of the primal past's esoteric lore had his attention called to the strange scroll until the recent outburst of sensational journalism which precipitated the horrible climax. Chapter 2. Thus matters glided along for a half-century following the installation of the frightful mummy at the museum. The gruesome object had a local celebrity among cultivated Bostonians, but no more than that, while the very existence of the cylinder and scroll, after a decade of futile research, was virtually forgotten. So quiet and conservative was the Cabot Museum that no reporter or feature writer ever thought of invading its uneventful precincts for rabble-tickling material. The invasion of Ballyhoo commenced in the spring of 1931, when a purchase of somewhat spectacular nature, that of the strange objects and inexplicably preserved bodies found in crypts beneath the almost vanished and evilly famous ruins of Château Faucesflamme in Avouan, France, brought the museum prominently into the news columns. True to its hustling policy, the Boston Pillar sent a Sunday feature writer to cover the incident and pad it with an exaggerated general account of the institution, itself, and this young man. Stuart Reynolds by name, hit upon the nameless mummy as a potential sensation far surpassing the recent acquisitions nominally forming his chief assignment. A smattering of theosophical lore and a fondness for the speculations of such writers as Colonel Churchward and Lewis Spence concerning lost continents and primal forgotten civilizations, made Reynolds especially alert toward any Aeonian relic like the unknown mummy. At the museum, the reporter made himself a nuisance through constant and not always intelligent questionings and endless demands for the movement of encased objects to permit photographs from unusual angles. In the basement library room, he pored endlessly over the strange metal cylinder and its membranous scroll, photographing them from every angle and securing pictures of every bit of the weird hieroglyph text. He likewise asked to see all books with any bearing whatever on the subject of primal cultures and sunken continents, sitting for 3 hours taking notes, and leaving only in order to hasten to Cambridge for a sight, if permission were granted, of the abhorred and forbidden Necronomicon at the Widener Library. On April 5th, the article appeared in the Sunday Pillar, smothered in photographs of mummy, cylinder, and hieroglyphed scroll, and couched in the peculiarly simpering, infantile style which the Pillar affects for the benefit of its vast and mentally immature clientele, full of inaccuracies, exaggerations, and sensationalism. It was precisely the sort of thing to stir the brainless and fickle interest of the herd. And as a result, the once quiet museum began to be swarmed with chattering and vacuously staring throngs such as its stately corridors had never known before. There were scholarly and intelligent visitors too, despite the puerility of the article. The pictures had spoken for themselves, and many persons of mature attainments sometimes see the Pillar by accident. I recall one very strange character who appeared during November. A dark, turbaned and bushily bearded man with a labored, unnatural voice, curiously expressionless face, clumsy hands covered with absurd white mittens, who gave a squalid West End address and called himself Swami Chandraputra. This fellow was unbelievably erudite in occult lore and seemed profoundly and solemnly moved by the resemblance of the hieroglyphs on the scroll to certain signs and symbols of a forgotten elder world about which he professed vast intuitive knowledge. By June, the fame of the mummy and scroll had leaked far beyond Boston, and the museum had inquiries and requests for photographs from occultists and students of arcana all over the world. This was not altogether pleasing to our staff, since we are a scientific institution without sympathy for fantastic dreamers, yet we answered all questions with civility. One result of these catechisms was a highly learned article in the Occult Review by the famous New Orleans mystic Etienne Laurent de Marigny, in which was asserted the complete identity of some of the odd geometrical designs on the iridescent cylinder and of several of the hieroglyphs on the membranous scroll, with certain ideographs of horrible significance, transcribed from primal monoliths or from the secret rituals of hidden bands of esoteric students and devotees reproduced in the hellish and suppressed Black Book or nameless cults of von Junst. De Marigny recalled the frightful death of von Junst in 1840, a year after the publication of his terrible volume at Dusseldorf, and commented on his blood-curdling and partly suspected sources of information. Above all, he emphasized the enormous relevance of the tales with which von Junst linked most of the monstrous ideographs he had reproduced. That these tales, in which a cylinder and scroll were expressly mentioned, held a remarkable suggestion of relationship to the things at the museum, no one could deny, yet they were of such breathtaking extravagance, involving such unbelievable sweeps of time and such fantastic anomalies of a forgotten elder world, that one could much more easily admire than believe them. Admire them the public certainly did, for copying in the press was universal. Illustrated articles sprang up everywhere, telling or purporting to tell the legends in the Black Book, expatiating on the horror of the mummy, comparing the cylinder's designs and the scroll's hieroglyphs with the figures reproduced by von Junst, and indulging in the wildest, most sensational, and most irrational theories and speculations. Attendance at the museum was trebled, and the widespread nature of the interest was attested by the plethora of mail on the subject, most of it inane and superfluous, received at the museum. Apparently the mummy and its origin formed, for imaginative people, a close rival to the Depression as chief topic of 1931 and 1932. For my own part, the principal effect of the furore was to make me read von Junst's monstrous volume in the Golden Goblin edition, a perusal which left me dizzy and nauseated, yet thankful that I had not seen the utter infamy of the unexpurgated text. Chapter 3. The archaic whispers reflected in the Black Book, and linked with designs and symbols, so closely akin to what the mysterious scroll and cylinder bore, were indeed of a character to hold one spellbound, and not a little awestruck. Leaping an incredible gulf of time, behind all the civilizations, races and lands we know, they clustered round a vanished nation and a vanished continent of the misty, fabulous dawn years, that to which legend has given the name of Mu, and which old tablets in the primal Knuckle tongue speak of as flourishing 200,000 years ago, when Europe harbored only hybrid entities, and lost Hyperborea knew the nameless worship of black amorphous Sathogwa. There was mention of a kingdom or province called Kana in a very ancient land, where the first human people had found monstrous ruins left by those who had dwelt there before. Vague waves of unknown entities which had filtered down from the stars and lived out their eons on a forgotten nascent world. Kana was a sacred place, since from its midst the bleak basalt cliffs of Mount Yadith Go soared starkly into the sky, topped by a gigantic fortress of cyclopean stone. Infinitely older than mankind, and built by the alien spawn of the dark planet Yuggoth, which had colonized the Earth before the birth of terrestrial life. The spawn of Yuggoth had perished eons before, but had left behind them one monstrous and terrible living thing which could never die, their hellish god or patron daemon Ghatanothoa, which lowered and brooded eternally though unseen in the crypts beneath that fortress on Yadith Go. No human creature had ever climbed Yadith Go or seen that blasphemous fortress except as a distant and geometrically abnormal outline against the sky. Yet most agreed that Ghatanothoa was still there, wallowing and burrowing in unsuspected abysses beneath the megalithic walls. There were always those who believed that sacrifices must be made to Ghatanothoa, lest it crawl out of its hidden abysses and waddle horribly through the world of men, as it had once waddled through the primal world of the Yuggoth spawn. People said that if no victims were offered, Ghatanothoa would ooze up to the light of day and lumber down the basalt cliffs of Yadith Go, bringing doom to all it might encounter. For no living thing could behold Ghatanothoa, or even a perfect graven image of Ghatanothoa, however small, without suffering a change more horrible than death itself. Sight of the god, or its image, as all the legends of the Yuggoth spawn agreed, meant paralysis and petrifaction of a singularly shocking sort, in which the victim was turned to stone and leather on the outside, while the brain within remained perpetually alive, horribly fixed and prisoned through the ages, and maddeningly conscious of the passage of interminable epochs of helpless inaction till chance and time might complete the decay of the petrified shell and leave it exposed to die. Most brains, of course, would go mad long before this aeon-deferred release could arrive. No human eyes, it was said, had ever glimpsed Ghatanothoa, though the danger was as great now as it had been for the Yuggoth spawn. And so there was a cult in Cannar which worshipped Ghatanothoa, and each year sacrificed to it 12 young warriors and 12 young maidens. These victims were offered up on flaming altars in the marble temple near the mountain's base, for none dared climb Yadith Go's basalt cliffs or draw near to the Cyclopean pre-human stronghold on its crest. Vast was the power of the priests of Ghatanothoa, since upon them alone depended the preservation of Cannar and of all the land of Mu from the petrifying emergence of Ghatanothoa out of its unknown burrows. There were in the land 100 priests of the dark god, under Imash Mo the high priest, who walked before King Thabon at the Nath feast, and stood proudly whilst the king knelt at the Doric shrine. Each priest had a marble house, a chest of gold, 200 slaves, and 100 concubines, besides immunity from civil law and the power of life and death over all in Cannar, save the priests of the king. Yet in spite of these defenders, there was ever a fear in the land, lest Ghatanothoa slither up from the depths and lurch viciously down the mountain to bring horror and petrification to mankind. In the latter years, the priests forbade men even to guess or imagine what its frightful aspect might be. It was in the year of the Red Moon, estimated as before Christ 173,148 by von Junst, that a human being first dared to breathe defiance against Ghatanothoa and its nameless menace. This bold heretic was Tyog, high priest of Shub-Niggurath and guardian of the copper temple of the goat with 1,000 young. Tyog had thought long on the powers of the various gods, and had had strange dreams and revelations touching the life of this and earlier worlds. In the end, he felt sure that the gods friendly to man could be arrayed against the hostile gods, and believed that Shub-Niggurath, Nug and Yeb, as well as Yig, the serpent god, were ready to take sides with man against the tyranny and presumption of Ghatanothoa. Inspired by the Mother Goddess, Tyog wrote down a strange formula in the hieratic narkle of his order, which he believed would keep the possessor immune from the dark god's petrifying power. With this protection, he reflected, it might be possible for a bold man to climb the dreaded basalt cliffs and, first of all human beings, enter the Cyclopean fortress beneath which Ghatanothoa reputedly brooded. Face to face with the god, and with the power of Shub-Niggurath and her sons on his side, Tyog believed that he might be able to bring it to terms and at last deliver mankind from its brooding menace. With humanity freed through his efforts, there would be no limits to the honors he might claim. All the honors of the priests of Ghatanothoa would perforce be transferred to him, and even kingship or godhood might conceivably be within his reach. So Tiyog wrote his protective formula on a scroll of thagon membrane, according to von Junst, the inner skin of the extinct Yakith lizard, and enclosed it in a carven cylinder of lag metal, the metal brought by the Elder Ones from Yuggoth and found in no mine of earth. This charm, carried in his robe, would make him proof against the menace of Ghatanothoa. It would even restore the dark god's petrified victims if that monstrous entity should ever emerge and begin its devastations. Thus he proposed to go up the shunned and man-untrodden mountain, invade the alien-angled citadel of Cyclopean stone, and confront the shocking devil entity in its lair. Of what would follow he could not even guess, but the hope of being mankind's savior lent strength to his will. He had, however, reckoned without the jealousy and self-interest of Ghatanothoa's pampered priests. No sooner did they hear of his plan than, fearful for their prestige and privilege in case the daemon god should be dethroned, they set up a frantic clamor against the so-called sacrilege, crying that no man might prevail against Ghatanothoa, and that any effort to seek it out would merely provoke it to a hellish onslaught against mankind which no spell or priestcraft could hope to avert. With those cries they hoped to turn the public mind against Tiyog, yet such was the people's yearning for freedom from Ghatanothoa, and such their confidence in the skill and zeal of Tiyog, that all the protestations came to naught. Even the king, usually a puppet of the priests, refused to forbid Tiyog's daring pilgrimage. It was then that the priests of Ghatanothoa did by stealth what they could not do openly. One night Imash Mo, the high priest, stole to Tiyog in his temple chamber and took from his sleeping form the metal cylinder, silently drawing out the potent scroll and putting in its place another scroll of great similitude, yet varied enough to have no power against any god or daemon. When the cylinder was slipped back into the sleeper's cloak, Imash Mo was content, for he knew Tiyog was little likely to study that cylinder's contents again. Thinking himself protected by the true scroll, the heretic would march up the forbidden mountain and into the evil presence, and Ghatanothoa, unchecked by any magic, would take care of the rest. It would no longer be needful for Ghatanothoa's priests to preach against the defiance. Let Tiyog go his way and meet his doom. And secretly, the priests would always cherish the stolen scroll, the true and potent charm, handing it down from one high priest to another for use in any dim future when it might be needful to contravene the devil god's will. So the rest of the night Imash Mo slept in great peace, with the true scroll in a new cylinder fashioned for its harborage. It was dawn on the day of the Skyflame's nomenclature undefined by von Junst, that Tiyog, amidst the prayers and chanting of the people, and with King Thabon's blessing on his head, started up the dreaded mountain with a staff of clothwood in his right hand. Within his robe was the cylinder holding what he thought to be the true charm, for he had indeed failed to find out the imposture. Nor did he see any irony in the prayers which Imash Mo and the other priests of Ghatanothoa intoned for his safety and success. All that morning, the people stood and watched as Tiyog's dwindling form struggled up the shunned basalt slope hitherto alien to men's footsteps. And many stayed watching long after he had vanished, where a perilous ledge led round to the mountain's hidden side. That night, a few sensitive dreamers thought they heard a faint tremor convulsing the hated peak, though most ridiculed them for the statement. Next day, vast crowds watched the mountain and prayed, and wondered how soon Tiyog would return. And so the next day, and the next. For weeks they hoped and waited, and then they wept. Nor did anyone ever see Tiyog, who would have saved mankind from fears again. Thereafter men shuddered at Tiyog's presumption, and tried not to think of the punishment his impiety had met. and the priests of Ghatanothoa smiled to those who might resent the god's will or challenge its right to the sacrifices. In later years, the ruse of Imashmo became known to the people, yet the knowledge availed not to change the general feeling that Ghatanothoa were better left alone. None ever dared to defy it again. And so the ages rolled on, and king succeeded king, and high priest succeeded high priest, and nations rose and decayed, and lands rose above the sea and returned into the sea. And with many millennia decay fell upon Kana, till at last on a hideous day of storm and thunder, terrific rumbling, and mountain-high waves, all the land of Mu sank into the sea forever. Yet down the later eons thin streams of ancient secrets trickled. In distant lands there met together grey-faced fugitives who had survived the sea fiend's rage. And strange skies drank the smoke of altars reared to vanished gods and daemons. Though none knew to what bottomless deep the sacred peak and cyclopean fortress of dreaded Ghatanothoa had sunk, there were still those who mumbled its name and offered to it nameless sacrifices, lest it bubble up through leagues of ocean and shamble among men spreading horror and petrifaction. Around the scattered priests grew the rudiments of a dark and secret cult. Secret because the people of the new lands had other gods and devils, and thought only evil of elder and alien ones. And within that cult many hideous things were done, and many strange objects cherished. It was whispered that a certain line of elusive priests still harbored the true charm against Ghatanothoa, which Imashmo stole from the sleeping Tiog, though none remained who could read or understand the cryptic syllables, or who could even guess in what part of the world the lost Kana, the dreaded peak of Yadith Go, and the Titan fortress of the devil god had lain. Though it flourished chiefly in those Pacific regions around which Mu itself had once stretched, there were rumors of the hidden and detested cult of Ghatanothoa in ill-fated Atlantis, and on the abhorred plateau of Leng. Von Junst implied its presence in the fabled subterrane kingdom of Kanyan, and gave clear evidence that it had penetrated Egypt, Chaldea, Persia, China, the forgotten Semite empires of Africa, and Mexico and Peru in the New World, that it had a strong connection with the witchcraft movement in Europe, against which the bulls of popes were vainly directed, he more than strongly hinted. The West, however, was never favorable to its growth, and public indignation, aroused by glimpses of hideous rites and nameless sacrifices, wholly stamped out many of its branches. In the end it became a hunted, doubly furtive underground affair. Yet never could its nucleus be quite exterminated. It always survived somehow, chiefly in the Far East and on the Pacific Islands, where its teachings became merged into the esoteric lore of the Polynesian Arioi. Von Junst gave subtle and disquieting hints of actual contact with the cult, so that as I read I shuddered at what was rumored about his death. He spoke of the growth of certain ideas regarding the appearance of the devil god, a creature which no human being, unless it were the too daring Tiog who had never returned, had ever seen, and contrasted this habit of speculation with the taboo prevailing in ancient Mu against any attempt to imagine what the horror looked like. There was a peculiar fearfulness about the devotees' awed and fascinated whispers on this subject, whispers heavy with morbid curiosity concerning the precise nature of what Tiog might have confronted in that frightful, pre-human edifice on the dreaded and now sunken mountains before the end, if it was an end, finally came. And I felt oddly disturbed by the German scholar's oblique and insidious references to this topic. Scarcely less disturbing were von Junst's conjectures on the whereabouts of the stolen scroll of cantrips against Ghatanothoa, and on the ultimate uses to which this scroll might be put. Despite all my assurance that the whole matter was purely mythical, I could not help shivering at the notion of a latter-day emergence of the monstrous god, and at the picture of an humanity turned suddenly to a race of abnormal statues, each encasing a living brain doomed to inert and helpless consciousness for untold eons of futurity. The old Dusseldorf savant had a poisonous way of suggesting more than he stated, and I could understand why his damnable book was suppressed in so many countries as blasphemous, dangerous, and unclean. I writhed with repulsion, yet the thing exerted an unholy fascination, and I could not lay it down till I had finished it. The alleged reproductions of designs and ideographs from Mew were marvelously and startlingly like the markings on the strange cylinder and the characters on the scroll, and the whole account teemed with details having vague, irritating suggestions of resemblance to things connected with the hideous mummy. The cylinder and scroll, the Pacific setting, the persistent notion of old Captain Weatherby that the Cyclopean crypt where the mummy was found had once lain under a vast building. Somehow, I was vaguely glad that the volcanic island had sunk before that massive suggestion of a trapdoor could be opened. Chapter 4. What I read in the Black Book formed a fiendishly apt preparation for the news items and closer events which began to force themselves upon me in the spring of 1932. I can scarcely recall just when the increasingly frequent reports of police action against the odd and fantastical religious cults in the Orient and elsewhere commenced to impress me. But by May or June I realized that there was, all over the world, a surprising and unwanted burst of activity on the part of bizarre, furtive, and esoteric mystical organizations, ordinarily quiescent and seldom heard from. It is not likely that I would have connected these reports with either the hints of von Junst or the popular furore over the mummy and cylinder in the museum. But for certain significant syllables and persistent resemblances, sensationally dwelt upon by the press, in the rites and speeches of the various secret celebrants brought to public attention, as it was, I could not help remarking with disquiet the frequent recurrence of a name, in various corrupt forms, which seemed to constitute a focal point of all the cult worship, and which was obviously regarded with a singular mixture of reverence and terror. Some of the forms quoted were Gatanta, Tanota, then Ta, Gatan, and Katanta, and it did not require the suggestions of my now numerous occultist correspondents to make me see in these variants a hideous and suggestive kinship to the monstrous name rendered by von Junst as Gatanothoa. There were other disquieting features too. Again and again the report cited vague, awestruck references to a true scroll, something on which tremendous consequences seemed to hinge, and which was mentioned as being in the custody of a certain Nagob, whoever and whatever he might be. Likewise, there was an insistent repetition of a name which sounded like Tog, Tiok, Yog, Zob, or Yob, and which my more and more excited consciousness involuntarily linked with the name of the hapless heretic Tyog as given in the Black Book. This name was usually uttered in connection with such cryptical phrases as, "It is none other than he had looked upon its face, he knows all, though he can neither see nor feel, he has brought the memory down through the Aeons, the true scroll will release him, Nagob has the true scroll, he can tell where to find it." Something very queer was undoubtedly in the air, and I did not wonder when my occultist correspondents, as well as the sensational Sunday papers, began to connect the new abnormal stirrings with the legends of Mu on the one hand, and with the frightful mummy's recent exploitation on the other hand. The widespread articles in the first wave of press publicity, with their insistent linkage of the mummy, cylinder, and scroll with the tale in the Black Book, and their crazily fantastic speculations about the whole matter, might very well have roused the latent fanaticism in hundreds of those furtive groups of exotic devotees with which our complex world abounds. Nor did the papers cease adding fuel to the flames, for the stories on the cult stirrings were even wilder than the earlier series of yarns. As the summer drew on, attendants noticed a curious new element among the throngs of visitors which, after a lull following the first burst of publicity, were again drawn to the museum by the second furore. More and more frequently there were persons of strange and exotic aspect, swarthy Asiatics, long-haired nondescripts, and bearded brown men who seemed unused to European clothes, who would invariably inquire for the Hall of Mummies and would subsequently be found staring at the hideous Pacific specimen in a veritable ecstasy of fascination. Some quiet, sinister undercurrent in this flood of eccentric foreigners seemed to impress all the guards, and I myself was far from undisturbed. I could not help thinking of the prevailing cult stirrings among just such exotics as these, and the connection of those stirrings with myths all too close to the frightful mummy and its cylinder scroll. At times I was half tempted to withdraw the mummy from exhibition, especially when an attendant told me that he had several times glimpsed strangers making odd obeisances before it, and had overheard sing-song mutterings which sounded like chants or rituals addressed to it at hours when the visiting throngs were somewhat thinned. One of the guards acquired a queer nervous hallucination about the petrified horror in the lone glass case, alleging that he could see from day to day certain vague, subtle, and infinitely slight changes in the frantic flexion of the bony claws and in the fear-crazed expression of the leathery face. He could not get rid of the loathsome idea that those horrible, bulging eyes were about to pop suddenly open. It was early in September, when the curious crowds had lessened and the Hall of Mummies was sometimes vacant, that the attempt to get at the mummy by cutting the glass of its case was made. The culprit, a swarthy Polynesian, was spied in time by a guard and was overpowered before any damage occurred. Upon investigation, the fellow turned out to be an Hawaiian notorious for his activity in certain underground religious cults, and having a considerable police record in connection with abnormal and inhuman rites and sacrifices. Some of the papers found in his room were highly puzzling and disturbing, including many sheets covered with hieroglyphs closely resembling those on the scroll at the museum and in the Black Book of von Junst. But regarding these things, he could not be prevailed upon to speak. Scarcely a week after this incident, another attempt to get at the mummy, this time by tampering with the lock of his case, resulted in a second arrest. The offender, a Singalese, had as long and unsavory a record of loathsome cult activities as the Hawaiian had possessed, and displayed a kindred unwillingness to talk to the police. What made this case doubly and darkly interesting was that a guard had noticed this man several times before, and had heard him addressing to the mummy a peculiar chant containing unmistakable repetitions of the word Tiog. As a result of this affair, I doubled the guards in the Hall of Mummies, and ordered them never to leave the now notorious specimen out of sight, even for a moment. As may well be imagined, the press made much of these two incidents, reviewing its talk of primal and fabulous mew, and claiming boldly that the hideous mummy was none other than the daring heretic Tiog, petrified by something he had seen in the pre-human citadel he had invaded, and preserved intact through 175,000 years of our planet's turbulent history. That the strange devotees represented cults descended from Mu, and that they were worshipping the mummy, or perhaps even seeking to awaken it to life by spells and incantations, was emphasized and reiterated in the most sensational fashion. Writers exploited the insistence of the old legends that the brain of Gatanothoa's petrified victims remained conscious and unaffected, a point which served as a basis for the wildest and most improbable speculations. The mention of a true scroll also received due attention, it being the prevailing popular theory that Tiog's stolen charm against Gatanothoa was somewhere in existence, and that cult members were trying to bring it into contact with Tiog himself for some purpose of their own. One result of this exploitation was that a third wave of gaping visitors began flooding the museum and staring at the hellish mummy, which served as a nucleus for the whole strange and disturbing affair. It was among this wave of spectators, many of whom made repeated visits, that talk of the mummy's vaguely changing aspect first began to be widespread. I suppose, despite the disturbing notion of the nervous guard some months before, that the museum's personnel was too well used to the constant sight of odd shapes to pay close attention to details. In any case, It was the excited whispers of visitors which at length aroused the guards to the subtle mutation which was apparently in progress. Almost simultaneously the press got hold of it, with blatant results which can well be imagined. Naturally, I gave the matter my most careful observation, and by the middle of October decided that a definite disintegration of the mummy was underway. Through some chemical or physical influence in the air, the half-stony, half-leathery fibers seemed to be gradually relaxing, causing distinct variations in the angles of the limbs and in certain details of the fear-twisted facial expression. After a half-century of perfect preservation, this was a highly disconcerting development, and I had the museum's taxidermist, Dr. Moore, go carefully over the gruesome object several times. He reported a general relaxation and softening, and gave the thing 2 or 3 astringent sprayings, but did not dare to attempt anything drastic, lest there be a sudden crumbling and accelerated decay. The effect of all this upon the gaping crowds was curious. Heretofore each new sensation sprung by the press had brought fresh waves of staring and whispering visitors. But now, though the papers blathered endlessly about the mummy's changes, the public seemed to have acquired a definite sense of fear which outranked even its morbid curiosity. People seemed to feel that a sinister aura hovered over the museum, and from a high peak, the attendance fell to a level distinctly below normal. This lessened attendance gave added prominence to the stream of freakish foreigners who continued to infest the place and whose numbers seemed in no way diminished. On November 18th, a Peruvian of Indian blood suffered a strange hysterical or epileptic seizure in front of the mummy. Afterward, shrieking from his hospital cot, it tried to open its eyes. Tiog tried to open his eyes and stare at me. I was by this time on the point of removing the object from exhibition, but permitted myself to be overruled at a meeting of our very conservative directors. However, I could see that the museum was beginning to acquire an unholy reputation in its austere and quiet neighborhood. After this incident, I gave instructions that no one be allowed to pause before the monstrous Pacific relic for more than a few minutes at a time. It was on November 24th, after the museum's 5 o'clock closing, that one of the guards noticed a minute opening of the mummy's eyes. The phenomenon was very slight, nothing but a thin crescent of cornea being visible in either eye, but it was none the less of the highest interest. Dr. Moore, having been summoned hastily, was about to study the exposed bits of eyeball with a magnifier when his handling of the mummy caused the leathery lids to fall tightly shut again. All gentle efforts to open them failed, and the taxidermist did not dare to apply drastic measures. When he notified me of all this by telephone, I felt a sense of mounting dread hard to reconcile with the apparently simple event concerned. For a moment I could share the popular impression that some evil, amorphous blight from unplumbed deeps of time and space hung murkily and menacingly over the museum. 2 nights later, a sullen Filipino was trying to secrete himself in the museum at closing time. Arrested and taken to the station, he refused even to give his name and was detained as a suspicious person. Meanwhile, the strict surveillance of the mummy seemed to discourage the odd hordes of foreigners from haunting it. At least, the number of exotic visitors distinctly fell off after the enforcement of the move-along order. It was during the early morning hours of Thursday, December 1st, that a terrible climax developed. At about 1 o'clock, horrible screams of mortal fright and agony were heard issuing from the museum, and a series of frantic telephone calls from neighbors brought to the scene quickly and simultaneously a squad of police, and several museum officials, including myself. Some of the policemen surrounded the building, while others, with the officials, cautiously entered. In the main corridor, we found the night watchman strangled to death, a bit of East Indian hemp still knotted around his neck, and realized that despite all precautions, some darkly evil intruder or intruders had gained access to the place. Now, however, a tomb-like silence enfolded everything, and we almost feared to advance upstairs to the fateful wing where we knew the core of the trouble must lurk. We felt a bit more steadied after flooding the building with light from the central switches in the corridor, and finally crept reluctantly up the curving staircase and through a lofty archway to the Hall of Mummies. Chapter 5. It is from this point onward that reports of the hideous case have been censored, for we have all agreed that no good can be accomplished by a public knowledge of those terrestrial conditions implied by the further developments. I have said that we flooded the whole building with light before our ascent. Now, beneath the beams that beat down on the glistening cases and their gruesome contents, we saw outspread a mute horror whose baffling details testified to happenings utterly beyond our comprehension. There were 2 intruders, who we afterward agreed must have hidden in the building before closing time, but they would never be executed for the watchman's murder. They had already paid the penalty. One was a Burmese and the other a Fiji Islander, both known to the police for their share in frightful and repulsive cult activities. They were dead, and the more we examined them, the more utterly monstrous and unnameable we felt their manner of death to be. On both faces was a more wholly frantic and inhuman look of fright than even the oldest policeman had ever seen before, yet in the state of the 2 bodies there were vast and significant differences. The Burmese lay collapsed close to the nameless mummy's case, from which a square of glass had been neatly cut. In his right hand was a scroll of bluish membrane, which I at once saw was covered with greyish hieroglyphs, almost a duplicate of the scroll in the strange cylinder in the library downstairs, though later study brought out subtle differences. There was no mark of violence on the body, and in view of the desperate, agonized expression on the twisted face, we could only conclude that the man died of sheer fright. It was the closely adjacent Fijian, though, that gave us the profoundest shock. One of the policemen was the first to feel of him, and the cry of fright he emitted added another shudder to that neighborhood's night of terror. We ought to have known from the lethal greyness of the once black, fear-twisted face and of the bony hands, one of which still clutched an electric torch, that something was hideously wrong, yet every one of us was unprepared for what that officer's hesitant touch disclosed. Even now I can think of it only with a paroxysm of dread and repulsion. To be brief, the hapless invader, who less than an hour before had been a sturdy living Melanesian bent on unknown evils, was now a rigid, ash-grey figure of stony, leathery petrification, in every respect identical with the crouching, aeon-old blasphemy in the violated glass case. Yet that was not the worst. Crowning all other horrors, and indeed seizing our shocked attention before we turned to the bodies on the floor, was the state of the frightful mummy. No longer could its changes be called vague and subtle, for it had now made radical shifts of posture. It had sagged and slumped with a curious loss of rigidity. Its bony claws had sunk until they no longer even partly covered its leathery, fear-crazed face, and, God help us, its hellish bulging eyes had popped wide open and seemed to be staring directly at the 2 intruders who had died of fright or worse. That ghastly deadfish stare was hideously mesmerizing, and it haunted us all the time we were examining the bodies of the invaders. Its effect on our nerves was damnably queer, for we somehow felt a curious rigidity creeping over us and hampering our simplest motions. A rigidity which later vanished, very oddly, when we passed the hieroglyphed scroll around for inspection. Every now and then I felt my gaze drawn irresistibly toward those horrible bulging eyes in the case, and when I returned to study them after viewing the bodies, I thought I detected something very singular about the glassy surface of the dark and marvelously well-preserved pupils. The more I looked, the more fascinated I became, and at last I went down to the office, despite that strange stiffness in my limbs, and brought up a strong multiple magnifying glass. With this I commenced a very close and careful survey of the fishy pupils, while the others crowded expectantly around. I had always been rather skeptical of the theory that scenes and objects become photographed on the retina of the eye in cases of death or coma. Yet no sooner did I look through the lens than I realized the presence of some sort of image other than the room's reflection in the glassy, bulging optics of this nameless spawn of the Aeons. Certainly there was a dimly outlined scene on the age-old retinal surface, and I could not doubt that it formed the last thing on which those eyes had looked in life. Countless millennia ago, it seemed to be steadily fading, and I fumbled with the magnifier in order to shift another lens into place. Yet it must have been accurate and clear-cut, even if infinitesimally small, when, in response to some evil spell or act connected with their visit, it had confronted those intruders who were frightened to death. With the extra lens I could make out many details formerly invisible, and the awed group around me hung on the flood of words with which I tried to tell what I saw. For here, in the year 1932, a man in the city of Boston was looking on something which belonged to an unknown and utterly alien world. A world that vanished from existence and normal memory aeons ago. There was a vast room, a chamber of cyclopean masonry, and I seemed to be viewing it from one of its corners. On the walls were carvings so hideous that even in this imperfect image, their stark blasphemousness and bestiality sickened me. I could not believe that the carvers of these things were human, or that they had ever seen human beings when they shaped the frightful outlines which leered at the beholder. In the center of the chamber was a colossal trapdoor of stone, pushed upward to permit the emergence of some object from below. The object should have been clearly visible, indeed, must have been when the eyes first opened before the fear-stricken intruders, though under my lenses it was merely a monstrous blur. As it happened, I was studying the right eye only when I brought the extra magnification into play. A moment later, I wished fervently that my search had ended there. As it was, however, the zeal of discovery and revelation was upon me, and I shifted my powerful lenses to the mummy's left eye in the hope of finding the image less faded on that retina. My hands, trembling with excitement and unnaturally stiff from some obscure influence, were slow in bringing the magnifier into focus, but a moment later I realized that the image was less faded than in the other eye. I saw in a morbid flash of half-distinctness the insufferable thing which was welling up through the prodigious trapdoor in that cyclopean, immemorially archaic crypt of a lost world, and fell fainting with an inarticulate shriek of which I am not even ashamed. By the time I revived, there was no distinct image of anything in either eye of the monstrous mummy. Sergeant Keefe of the police looked with my glass, for I could not bring myself to face that abnormal entity again, and I thanked all the powers of the cosmos that I had not looked earlier than I did. It took all my resolution and a great deal of solicitation to make me relate what I had glimpsed in the hideous moment of revelation. Indeed, I could not speak till we had all adjourned to the office below, out of sight of that demoniac thing which could not be. For I had begun to harbor the most terrible and fantastic notions about the mummy and its glassy, bulging eyes, that it had a kind of hellish consciousness, seeing all that occurred before it and trying vainly to communicate some frightful message from the gulfs of time. That meant madness, but at last I thought I might be better off if I told what I had half seen. After all, it was not a long thing to tell. Oozing and surging up out of that yawning trap-door in the Cyclopean crypt, I had glimpsed such an unbelievable behemothic monstrosity that I could not doubt the power of its original to kill with its mere sight. Even now I cannot begin to suggest it with any words at my command. I might call it gigantic, tentacled, proboscidean, octopus-eyed, semi-amorphous, plastic, partly squamous and partly rugose. Ugh! But nothing I could say could even adumbrate the loathsome, unholy, non-human, extragalactic horror and hatefulness and unutterable evil of that forbidden spawn of black chaos and illimitable night. As I write these words, the associated mental image causes me to lean back, faint and nauseated. As I told of the sight to the men around me in the office, I had to fight to preserve the consciousness I had regained. Nor were my hearers much less moved. Not a man spoke above a whisper for a full quarter hour, and there were awed, half-furtive references to the frightful lore in the Black Book, to the recent newspaper tales of cult stirrings, and to the sinister events in the museum. Gatanothoa, even its smallest perfect image could petrify. Tiog, the false scroll. He never came back. The true scroll which could fully or partly undo the petrification. Did it survive? The hellish cults. The phrases overheard. It is none other than he. He had looked upon its face. He knows all, though he can neither see nor feel. He had brought the memory down through the Aeons. The true scroll will release him. Nagob has the true scroll. He can tell where to find it. Only the healing greyness of the dawn brought us back to sanity, a sanity which made of that glimpse of mine a closed topic, something not to be explained or thought of again. We gave out only partial reports to the press, and later on cooperated with the papers in making other suppressions. For example, when the autopsy shewed the brain and several other internal organs of the petrified Fijian to be fresh and unpetrified, though hermetically sealed by the petrification of the exterior flesh, an anomaly about which physicians are still guardedly and bewilderedly debating. We did not wish a furore to be started. We knew too well what the yellow journals, remembering what was said of the intact-brained and still conscious state of Gatanothoa's stony leathery victims, would make of this detail. As matters stood, they pointed out that the man who had held the hieroglyphed scroll, and who had evidently thrust it at the mummy through the opening in the case, was not petrified, while the man who had not held it was, when they demanded that we make certain experiments, applying the scroll both to the stony leathery body of the Fijian and to the mummy itself. We indignantly refused to abet such superstitious notions. Of course, the mummy was withdrawn from public view and transferred to the museum laboratory, awaiting a really scientific examination before some suitable medical authority. Remembering past events, we kept it under a strict guard, but even so, an attempt was made to enter the museum at 2:25 a.m. on December 5th. Prompt working of the burglar alarm frustrated the design, though, unfortunately, the criminal or criminals escaped. That no hint of anything further ever reached the public, I am profoundly thankful. I wish devoutly that there were nothing more to tell. There will, of course, be leaks, and if anything happens to me, I do not know what my executors will do with this manuscript. But at least the case will not be painfully fresh in the multitude's memory when the revelation comes. Besides, no one will believe the facts when they are finally told. That is the curious thing about the multitude. When their yellow press makes hints, they are ready to swallow anything, but when a stupendous and abnormal revelation is actually made, they laugh it aside as a lie. For the sake of general sanity, it is probably better so. I have said that a scientific examination of the frightful mummy was planned. This took place on December 8th, exactly a week after the hideous culmination of events, and was conducted by the eminent Dr. William Minot, in conjunction with Wentworth Moore, Science Doctorate, taxidermist of the museum. Dr. Minot had witnessed the autopsy of the oddly petrified Fijian the week before. There were also present Messrs. Lawrence Cabot and Dudley Saltonstall of the museum's trustees, Doctors Mason, Wells, and Carver of the museum's staff, 2 representatives of the press, and myself. During the week, the condition of the hideous specimen had not visibly changed, though some relaxation of its fibers caused the position of the glassy open eyes to shift slightly from time to time. All of the staff dreaded to look at the thing, for its suggestion of quiet, conscious watching had become intolerable, and it was only with an effort that I could bring myself to attend the examination. Dr. Minot arrived shortly after 1:00 p.m., and within a few minutes began his survey of the mummy. Considerable disintegration took place under his hands, and in view of this, and of what we told him concerning the gradual relaxation of the specimen since the 1st of October, he decided that a thorough dissection ought to be made before the substance was further impaired. The proper instruments being present in the laboratory equipment, he began at once, exclaiming aloud at the odd fibrous nature of the grey, mummified substance, but his exclamation was still louder when he made the first deep incision, for out of that cut there slowly trickled a thick crimson stream whose nature, despite the infinite ages dividing this hellish mummy's lifetime from the present, was utterly unmistakable. A few more deft strokes revealed various organs in astonishing degrees of non-petrified preservation, all, indeed, being intact except where injuries to the petrified exterior had brought about malformation or destruction. The resemblance of this condition to that found in the fright-killed Fiji Islander was so strong that the eminent physician gasped in bewilderment. The perfection of those ghastly bulging eyes was uncanny, and their exact state with respect to petrification was very difficult to determine. At 3:30 p.m., the brain case was opened, and 10 minutes later, our stunned group took an oath of secrecy, which only such guarded documents as this manuscript will ever modify. Even the two reporters were glad to confirm the silence, for the opening had revealed a pulsing, living brain. End of Out of the Aeons by HP Lovecraft and Hazel Heald. Winged Death by HP Lovecraft with Hazel Heald. Weird Tales 1934. Chapter 1. The Orange Hotel stands in High Street, near the railway station in Bloemfontein, South Africa. On Sunday, January 24th, 1932, 4 men sat shivering from terror in a room on its 3rd floor. One was George C. Titteridge, proprietor of the hotel. Another was Police Constable Ian DeWitt of the Central Station. A third was Johannes Bogaert, the local coroner. The fourth, and apparently the least disorganized of the group, was Dr. Cornelius van Coilen, the coroner's physician. On the floor, uncomfortably evident amidst the stifling summer heat, was the body of a dead man, but this was not what the 4 were afraid of. Their glances wandered from the table, on which lay a curious assortment of things, to the ceiling overhead, across whose smooth whiteness a series of huge, faltering alphabetical characters had somehow been scrawled in ink, and every now and then Dr. Van Keulen would glance half furtively at a worn leather-blank book which he held in his left hand. The horror of the 4 seemed about equally divided among the blank book, the scrawled words on the ceiling, and a dead fly of peculiar aspect which floated in a bottle of ammonia on the table. Also on the table were an open inkwell, a pen and writing pad, a physician's medical case, a bottle of hydrochloric acid, and a tumbler about a quarter full of black oxide of manganese. The worn leather book was the journal of the dead man on the floor, and had at once made it clear that the name, Frederick and Mason, Mining Properties, Toronto, Canada, signed in the hotel register, was a false one. There were other things, terrible things, which it likewise made clear, and still other things of far greater terror at which it hinted hideously without making them clear or even fully believable. It was the half-belief of the 4 men, fostered by lives spent close to the black, settled secrets of brooding Africa which made them shiver so violently in spite of the searing January heat. The blank book was not a large one, and the entries were in a fine handwriting, which, however, grew careless and nervous-looking toward the last. It consisted of a series of jottings at first rather irregularly spaced, but finally becoming daily. To call it a diary would not be quite correct, for it chronicled only one set of its writer's activities. Dr. Van Keulen recognized the name of the dead man the moment he opened the cover, for it was that of an eminent member of his own profession who had been largely connected with African matters. In another moment he was horrified to find this name linked with a dastardly crime, officially unsolved, which had filled the newspapers some 4 months before. And the farther he read, the deeper grew his horror, awe, and sense of loathing and panic. Here, in essence, is the text which the doctor read aloud in that sinister and increasingly noisome room, while the 3 men around him breathed hard, fidgeted in their chairs, and darted frightened glances at the ceiling, the table, the thing on the floor, and one another. Journal of Thomas Sloan-White, M.D. Touching Punishment of Henry Sargent Moore, Ph.D., of Brooklyn, New York, Professor of Invertebrate Biology in Columbia University, New York, New York, prepared to be read after my death, for the satisfaction of making public the accomplishment of my revenge, which may otherwise never be imputed to me even if it succeeds. January 5th, 1929. I have now fully resolved to kill Dr. Henry Moore, and a recent incident has shown me how I shall do it. From now on, I shall follow a consistent line of action, hence the beginning of this journal. It is hardly necessary to repeat the circumstances which have driven me to this course, for the informed part of the public is familiar with all the salient facts. I was born in Trenton, New Jersey, on April 12, 1885, the son of Dr. Paul Sloan-White, formerly of Pretoria, Transvaal, South Africa. Studying medicine as part of my family tradition, I was led by my father, who died in 1916, while I was serving in France in a South African regiment to specialize in African fevers. And after my graduation from Columbia, spent much time in researches which took me from Durban, in Natal, up to the equator itself. In Mombasa, I worked out my new theory of the transmission and development of remittent fever, aided only slightly by the papers of the late government physician, Sir Norman Sloane, which I found in the house I occupied. When I published my results, I became at a single stroke a famous authority. I was told of the probability of an almost supreme position in the South African Health Service, and even a probable knighthood, in the event of my becoming a naturalized citizen, and accordingly I took the necessary steps. Then occurred the incident for which I am about to kill Henry Moore. This man, my classmate and friend of years in America and Africa, chose deliberately to undermine my claim to my own theory, alleging that Sir Norman Sloane had anticipated me in every essential detail, and implying that I had probably found more of his papers than I had stated in my account of the matter. To buttress this absurd accusation, he produced certain personal letters from Sir Norman, which indeed shewed that the older man had been over my ground, and that he would have published his results very soon but for his sudden death. This much I could only admit with regret. What I could not excuse was the jealous suspicion that I had stolen the theory from Sir Norman's papers. The British government, sensibly enough, ignored these aspersions, but withheld the half-promised appointment and knighthood on the ground that my theory, while original with me, was not in fact new. I could soon see that my career in Africa was perceptibly checked, though I had placed all my hopes on such a career, even to the point of resigning American citizenship. A distinct coolness toward me had arisen among the government set in Mombasa, especially among those who had known Sir Norman. It was then that I resolved to be even with Moore sooner or later, though I did not know how. He had been jealous of my early celebrity, and had taken advantage of his old correspondence with Sir Norman to ruin me. This, from the friend whom I had myself, led to take an interest in Africa, whom I had coached and inspired till he achieved his present moderate fame as an authority on African entomology. Even now, though, I will not deny that his attainments are profound. I made him, and in return he has ruined me. Now, some day, I shall destroy him. When I saw myself losing ground in Mombasa, I applied for my present situation in the interior, at Mgonga, only 50 miles from the Uganda line. It is a cotton and ivory trading post, with only 8 white men besides myself. A beastly hole, almost on the equator, and full of every sort of fever known to mankind. Poisonous snakes and insects everywhere, and niggers with diseases nobody ever heard of outside medical college. But my work is not hard, and I have always had plenty of time to plan things to do to Henry Moore. It amuses me to give his diptera of Central and Southern Africa a prominent place on my shelf. I suppose it actually is a standard manual. They use it at Columbia, Harvard, and the University of Wisconsin, but my own suggestions are really responsible for half its strong points. Last week I encountered the thing which decided me how to kill Moore. A party from Uganda brought in a black with a queer illness which I can't yet diagnose. He was lethargic, with a very low temperature, and shuffled in a peculiar way. Most of the others were afraid of him and said he was under some kind of witch doctor spell, but Gobo, the interpreter, said he had been bitten by an insect. What it was, I can't imagine, for there is only a slight puncture on the arm. It is bright red, though, with a purple ring around it. Spectral looking. I don't wonder the boys lay it to black magic. They seem to have seen cases like it before, and say there's really nothing to do about it. Old Nakuru, one of the gala boys at the post, says it must be the bite of a devil fly, which makes its victim waste away gradually and die, and then takes hold of his soul and personality, if it is still alive itself, flying around with all his likes, dislikes, and consciousness. A queer legend, and I don't know of any local insect deadly enough to account for it. I gave this sick black, his name is Mavana, a good shot of quinine, and took a sample of his blood for testing, but haven't made much progress. There is certainly a strange germ present, but I can't even remotely identify it. The nearest thing to it is the bacillus one finds in oxen, horses, and dogs that the tsetse fly has bitten, but tsetse flies don't infect human beings, and this is too far north for them anyway. However, the important thing is that I've decided how to kill Moore. If this interior region has insects as poisonous as the natives say, I'll see that he gets a shipment of them from a source he won't suspect, and with plenty of assurances that they are harmless. Trust him to throw overboard all caution when it comes to studying an unknown species, and then we'll see how nature takes its course. It ought not to be hard to find an insect that scares the blacks so much. First to see how poor Mavana turns out, and then to find my envoy of death. January 7th. Mavana is no better, though I have injected all the antitoxins I know of. He has fits of trembling, in which he rants affrightedly about the way his soul will pass when he dies into the insect that bit him, but between them he remains in a kind of half-stupor. Heart action still strong, so I may pull him through. I shall try to, for he can probably guide me better than anyone else to the region where he was bitten. Meanwhile, I'll write to Dr. Lincoln, my predecessor here, for Alan, the head factor, says he had a profound knowledge of the local sicknesses. He ought to know about the death fly if any white man does. He's at Nairobi now, and a black runner ought to get me a reply in a week, using the railway for half the trip. January 10th. Patient unchanged, but I have found what I want. It was in an old volume of the local health records, which I've been going over diligently while waiting to hear from Lincoln. 30 years ago, there was an epidemic that killed off thousands of natives in Uganda, and it was definitely traced to a rare fly called Glossina palpalis, a sort of cousin of the Glossina marcitans or tsetse. It lives in the bushes on the shores of lakes and rivers and feeds on the blood of crocodiles, antelopes, and large mammals. When these food animals have the germ of trypanosomiasis or sleeping sickness, it picks it up and develops acute infectivity after an incubation period of 31 days. Then for 75 days, it is sure death to anyone or anything it bites. Without doubt, this must be the devil fly the niggers talk about. Now I know what I'm heading for. Hope Mavana pulls through. Ought to hear from Lincoln in 4 or 5 days. He has a great reputation for success in things like this. My worst problem will be to get the flies to moor without his recognizing them. With his cursed plodding scholarship, it would be just like him to know all about them, since they're actually on record. January 15th. Just heard from Lincoln, who confirms all that the records say about Glossina palpalis. He has a remedy for sleeping sickness, which has succeeded in a great number of cases when not given too late. Intramuscular injections of trypanosamide. Since Mavana was bitten about 2 months ago, I don't know how it will work. But Lincoln says that cases have been known to drag on 18 months, so possibly I'm not too late. Lincoln sent over some of his stuff, so I've just given Mavana a stiff shot. In a stupor now. They've brought his principal wife from the village, but he doesn't even recognize her. If he recovers, he can certainly shoo me where the flies are. He's a great crocodile hunter, according to report, and knows all Uganda like a book. I'll give him another shot tomorrow. January 16th. Mavana seems a little brighter today, but his heart action is slowing up a bit. I'll keep up the injections, but not overdo them. January 17th. Recovery really pronounced today. Mavana opened his eyes and shewed signs of actual consciousness, though dazed, after the injection. Hope Moore doesn't know about trypanosamide. There's a good chance he won't, since he never leaned much toward medicine. Mavana's tongue seemed paralyzed, but I fancy that will pass off if I can only wake him up. Wouldn't mind a good sleep myself, but not of this kind. January 25. Mavana nearly cured. In another week I can let him take me into the jungle. He was frightened when he first came to, about having the fly take his personality after he died, but brightened up finally when I told him he was going to get well. His wife, Hugo, takes good care of him now, and I can rest a bit. Then for the envoys of death. February 3rd. Mavana is well now, and I have talked with him about a hunt for flies. He dreads to go near the place where they got him, but I am playing on his gratitude. Besides, he has an idea that I can ward off disease as well as cure it. His pluck would shame a white man. There's no doubt that he'll go. I can get off by telling the head factor the trip is in the interest of local health work. March 12th. In Uganda at last. Have 5 boys besides Mavana, but they are all galas. The local blacks couldn't be hired to come near the region after the talk of what had happened to Mavana. This jungle is a pestilential place, steaming with miasmal vapors. All the lakes look stagnant. In one spot we came upon a trace of Cyclopean ruins, which made even the galas run past in a wide circle. They say these megaliths are older than man, and that they used to be a haunt or outpost of the fishers from outside, whatever that means, and of the evil gods Sadogwa and Cthulhu. To this day they are said to have a malign influence, and to be connected somehow with the devil flies. March 15th. Struck Lake Mullo this morning, where Mavana was bitten. A hellish green-scummed affair full of crocodiles. Mavana has fixed up a fly trap of fine wire netting baited with crocodile meat. It has a small entrance, and once the quarry get in, they don't know enough to get out. As stupid as they are deadly, and ravenous for fresh meat or a bowl of blood. Hope we can get a good supply. I've decided that I must experiment with them, finding a way to change their appearance so that Moore won't recognize them. Possibly I can cross them with some other species, producing a strange hybrid whose infection-carrying capacity will be undiminished. We'll see. I must wait, but am in no hurry now. When I get ready, I'll have Mavana get me some infected meat to feed my envoys of death. And then for the post office. Ought to be no trouble getting infection, for this country is a veritable pest hole. March 16. Good luck. 2 cages full, 5 vigorous specimens with wings glistening like diamonds. Mavana is emptying them into a large can with a tightly meshed top, and I think we caught them in the nick of time. We can get them to Magonga without trouble, taking plenty of crocodile meat for their food. Undoubtedly all or most of it is infected. April 20th. Back at Magonga and busy in the laboratory. Have sent to Dr. Just in Pretoria for some tsetse flies for hybridization experiments. Such a crossing, if it will work at all, ought to produce something pretty hard to recognize, yet at the same time just as deadly as the palpalis. If this doesn't work, I shall try certain other diptera from the interior, and I have sent to Dr. van der Velde at Nyangwe for some of the Congo types. I shan't have to send Mavana for more tainted meat after all, for I find I can keep cultures of the germ Trypanosoma gambiense, taken from the meat we got last month, almost indefinitely in tubes. When the time comes, I'll taint some fresh meat and feed my winged envoys a good dose. Then bon voyage to them. June 18th. My tsetse flies from Just came today. Cages for breeding were all ready long ago, and I am now making selections. Intend to use ultraviolet rays to speed up the life cycle. Fortunately, I have the needed apparatus in my regular equipment. Naturally, I tell no one what I'm doing. The ignorance of the few men here makes it easy for me to conceal my aims and pretend to be merely studying existing species for medical reasons. June 29. The crossing is fertile. Good deposits of eggs last Wednesday, and now I have some excellent larvae. If the mature insects look as strange as these do, I need do nothing more. Am preparing separate numbered cages for the different specimens. July 7th. New hybrids are out. Disguise is excellent as to shape, but sheen of wings still suggests palpalis. Thorax has faint suggestions of the stripes of the tsetse, slight variation in individuals. Am feeding them all on tainted crocodile meat, and after infectivity develops will try them on some of the blacks. Apparently, of course, by accident. There are so many mildly venomous flies around here that it can easily be done without exciting suspicion. I shall loose an insect in my tightly screened dining room when Bata, my houseboy, brings in breakfast. Keeping well on guard myself. When it has done its work, I'll capture or swat it. An easy thing because of its stupidity. Or asphyxiate it by filling the room with chlorine gas. If it doesn't work the first time, I'll try again until it does. Of course, I'll have the tryparsomide handy in case I get bitten myself. But I shall be careful to avoid biting, for no antidote is really certain. August 10th. Infectivity mature, and managed to get Bata stung in fine shape. Caught the fly on him, returning it to its cage. Eased up the pain with iodine, and the poor devil is quite grateful for the service. Shall try a variant specimen on Gamba, the factor's messenger, tomorrow. That will be all the tests I shall dare to make here, but if I need more, I shall take some specimens to Ukala and get additional data. August 11th. Failed to get Gamba, but recaptured the fly alive. Bata still seems as well as usual, and has no pain in the back where he was stung. Shall wait before trying to get Gamba again. August 14th. Shipment of insects from Van der Velde at last. Fully 7 distinct species, some more or less poisonous. Am keeping them well fed in case the tsetse crossing doesn't work. Some of these fellows look very unlike the palpalis, but the trouble is that they may not make a fertile cross with it. August 17th. Got Gamba this afternoon, but had to kill the fly on him. It nipped him in the left shoulder. I dressed the bite, and Gamba is as grateful as Bata was. No change in Bata. August 20th. Gamba unchanged so far. Bata too. Am experimenting with a new form of disguise to supplement the hybridization. Some sort of dye to change the telltale glitter of the palpalis wings. A bluish tint would be best. Something I could spray on a whole batch of insects. Shall begin by investigating things like Prussian and Turnbull's blue, iron and cyanogen salts. August 25. Batter complained of a pain in his back today. Things may be developing. September 3. Have made fair progress in my experiments. Batter shews signs of lethargy and says his back aches all the time. Gamba beginning to feel uneasy in his bitten shoulder. September 24. Batter worse and worse, and beginning to get frightened about his bite. Thinks it must be a devil fly, and entreated me to kill it. For he saw me cage it, until I pretended to him that it had died long ago. Said he didn't want his soul to pass into it upon his death. I give him shots of plain water with a hypodermic to keep his morale up. Evidently the fly retains all the properties of the palpalis. Gamba down too, and repeating all of Batter's symptoms. I may decide to give him a chance with triparsamide, for the effect of the flies proved well enough. I shall let Batter go on, however, for I want a rough idea of how long it takes to finish a case. Dye experiments coming along finely. An isomeric form of ferrous ferrocyanide with some admixture of potassium salts can be dissolved in alcohol and sprayed on the insects with splendid effect. It stains the wings blue without affecting the dark thorax much, and doesn't wear off when I sprinkle the specimens with water. With this disguise, I think I can use the present Tsetse hybrids and avoid bothering with any more experiments. Sharp as he is, Moore couldn't recognize a blue-winged fly with a half-Tsetse thorax. Of course, I keep all this dye business strictly undercover. Nothing must ever connect me with the blue flies later on. October 9th. Batter is lethargic and has taken to his bed. Have been giving Gamba triparsamide for 2 weeks and fancy he'll recover. October 25. Batter very low, but Gamba nearly well. November 18th. Batter died yesterday, and a curious thing happened which gave me a real shiver in view of the native legends and Batter's own fears. When I returned to the laboratory after the death, I heard the most singular buzzing and thrashing in cage 12, which contained the fly that bit Batter. The creature seemed frantic, but stopped still when I appeared, lighting on the wire netting and looking at me in the oddest way. It reached its legs through the wires as if it were bewildered. When I came back from dining with Alan, the thing was dead. Evidently, it had gone wild and beaten its life out on the sides of the cage. It certainly is peculiar that this should happen just as Batter died. If any black had seen it, he'd have laid it at once to the absorption of the poor devil's soul. I shall start my blue-stained hybrids on their way before long now. The hybrid's rate of killing seems a little ahead of the pure palpalis's rate, if anything. Batter died 3 months and 8 days after infection, but of course there is always a wide margin of uncertainty. I almost wish I had let Gamba's case run on. December 5. Busy planning how to get my envoys to Moore. I must have them appear to come from some disinterested entomologist who has read his Diptera of Central and Southern Africa and believes he would like to study this new and unidentifiable species. There must also be ample assurances that the blue-winged fly is harmless, as proved by the natives' long experience. Moore will be off his guard, and one of the flies will surely get him sooner or later, though one can't tell just when. I'll have to rely on the letters of New York friends. They still speak of Moore from time to time, to keep me informed of early results, though I dare say the papers will announce his death. Above all, I must shew no interest in his case. I shall mail the flies while on a trip, but must not be recognized when I do it. The best plan will be to take a long vacation in the interior, grow a beard, mail the package at Yukala while passing as a visiting entomologist, and return here after shaving off the beard. April 12, 1930. Back in Mongonga after my long trip. Everything has come off finally, with clockwork precision. Have sent the flies to Moore without leaving a trace. Got a Christmas vacation December 15th, and set out at once with the proper stuff. Made a very good mailing container with room to include some germ-tainted crocodile meat as food for the envoys. By the end of February, I had beard enough to shape into a close Van Dyke. Shoed up at Ucala March 9th, and typed a letter to Moore on the trading post machine. Signed it, Neville Wayland Hall. Supposed to be an entomologist from London. Think I took just the right tone. Interest of a brother scientist and all that. Was artistically casual in emphasizing the complete harmlessness of the specimens. Nobody suspected anything. Shaved the beard as soon as I hit the bush, so that there wouldn't be any uneven tanning by the time I got back here. Dispensed with native bearers except for one small stretch of swamp. I can do wonders with one knapsack, and my sense of direction is good. Lucky I'm used to such traveling. Explained my protracted absence by pleading a touch of fever and some mistakes in direction when going through the bush. But now comes the hardest part psychologically, waiting for news of Moore without shewing the strain. Of course, he may possibly escape a bite until the venom is played out, but with his recklessness the chances are 100 to 1 against him. I have no regrets. After what he did to me, he deserves this and more. June 30th, 1930. Hurrah! The first step worked. Just heard casually from Dyson of Columbia that Moore had received some new blue-winged flies from Africa and that he is badly puzzled over them. No word of any bite. But if I know Moore's slipshod ways as I think I do, there'll be one before long. August 27th, 1930. Letter from Morton in Cambridge. He says Moore writes of feeling very run down and tells of an insect bite on the back of his neck, from a curious new specimen that he received about the middle of June. Have I succeeded? Apparently Moore doesn't connect the bite with his weakness. If this is the real stuff, then Moore was bitten well within the insect's period of infectivity. September 12, 1930. Victory. Another line from Dyson says that Moore is really in an alarming shape. He now traces his illness to the bite, which he received around noon on June 19th, and is quite bewildered about the identity of the insect. Is trying to get in touch with the Neville Wayland Hall, who sent him the shipment. Of the 100-odd that I sent, about 25 seem to have reached him alive. Some escaped at the time of the bite, but several larvae have appeared from eggs laid since the time of mailing. He is, Dyson says, carefully incubating these larvae. When they mature, I suppose he'll identify the Tatse palpalis hybridization, but that won't do him much good now. He'll wonder, though, why the blue wings aren't transmitted by heredity. November 8th, 1930. Letters from half a dozen friends tell of Moore's serious illness. Dyson's came today. He says Moore is utterly at sea about the hybrids that came from the larvae and is beginning to think that the parents got their blue wings in some artificial way. Has to stay in bed most of the time now. No mention of using tryposamide. February 13th, 1931. Not so good. Moore is sinking and seems to know no remedy, but I think he suspects me. Had a very chilly letter from Morton last month, which told nothing of Moore, and now Dyson writes, also rather constrainedly, that Moore is forming theories about the whole matter. He's been making a search for Wayland Hall by telegraph, at London, Ucala, Nairobi, Mombasa, and other places, and of course finds nothing. I judge that he's told Dyson whom he suspects, but that Dyson doesn't believe it yet. Fear Morton does believe it. I see that I'd better lay plans for getting out of here and effacing my identity for good. What an end to a career that started out so well. More of Moore's work, but this time he's paying for it in advance. Believe I'll go back to South Africa, and meanwhile will quietly deposit funds there to the credit of my new self. Frederick Nasmith Mason of Toronto, Canada, broker in mining properties, will establish a new signature for identification. If I never have to take the step, I can easily retransfer the funds to my present self. August 15th, 1931. Half a year gone, and still suspense. Dyson and Morton, as well as several other friends, seem to have stopped writing me. Dr. James of San Francisco hears from Moore's friends now and then, and says Moore is in an almost continuous coma. He hasn't been able to walk since May. As long as he could talk, he complained of being cold. Now he can't talk, though it is thought he still has glimmers of consciousness. His breathing is short and quick, and can be heard some distance away. No question but that Trypanosoma gambiense is feeding on him. But he holds out better than the niggers around here. 3 months and 8 days finished batter, and here Moore is alive over a year after his biting. Heard rumours last month of an intensive search around Ukala for Wayland Hall. Don't think I need to worry yet though, for there's absolutely nothing in existence to link me with this business. October 7th, 1931. It's over at last. News in the Mombasa Gazette. Moore died September 20 after a series of trembling fits and with a temperature vastly below normal. So much for that. I said I'd get him, and I did. The paper had a 3-column report of his long illness and death, and of the futile search for Wayland Hall. Obviously, Moore was a bigger character in Africa than I had realized. The insect that bit him has now been fully identified from the surviving specimens and developed larvae, and the wing staining is also detected. It is universally realized that the flies were prepared and shipped with intent to kill. Moore, it appears, communicated certain suspicions to Dyson, but the latter, and the police, are maintaining secrecy because of absence of proof. All of Moore's enemies are being looked up, and the Associated Press hints that an investigation possibly involving an eminent physician now abroad will follow. One thing at the very end of the report, undoubtedly the cheap romancing of a yellow journalist, gives me a curious shudder in view of the legends of the blacks and the way the fly happened to go wild when Batter died. It seems that an odd incident occurred on the night of Moore's death, Dyson having been aroused by the buzzing of a blue-winged fly, which immediately flew out the window. Just before the nurse telephoned the death news from Moore's home, miles away in Brooklyn. But what concerns me most is the African end of the matter. People at Ukala remember the bearded stranger who typed the letter and sent the package, and the constabulary are combing the country for any blacks who may have carried him. I didn't use many, but if officers question the Ubandes who took me through Nikini Jungle Belt, I'll have more to explain than I like. It looks as if the time has come for me to vanish, so tomorrow I believe I'll resign and prepare to start for parts unknown. November 9th, 1931. Hard work getting my resignation acted on, but release came today. I didn't want to aggravate suspicion by decamping outright. Last week I heard from James about Moore's death, but nothing more than is in the papers. Those around him in New York seem rather reticent about details, though they all talk about a searching investigation. No word from any of my friends in the East. Moore must have spread some dangerous suspicions around before he lost consciousness. But there isn't an iota of proof he could have adduced. Still, I am taking no chances. On Thursday I shall start for Mombasa, and when they will take a steamer down the coast to Durban. After that I shall drop from sight. But soon afterward the mining properties broker Frederick Nasmith Mason from Toronto will turn up in Johannesburg. Let this be the end of my journal. If in the end I am not suspected, it will serve its original purpose after my death and reveal what would otherwise not be known. If, on the other hand, these suspicions do materialize and persist, it will confirm and clarify the vague charges and fill in many important and puzzling gaps. Of course, if danger comes my way, I shall have to destroy it. Well, Moore is dead, as he amply deserves to be. Now, Dr. Thomas Slowenwhite is dead too. And when the body formerly belonging to Thomas Slowenwhite is dead, the public may have this record. Chapter 2. January 15th, 1932. A new year, and a reluctant reopening of this journal. This time I am writing solely to relieve my mind, for it would be absurd to fancy that the case is not definitely closed. I am settled in the Vaal Hotel, Johannesburg, under my new name, and no one has so far challenged my identity. Have had some inconclusive business talks to keep up my part as a mine broker, and believe I may actually work myself into that business. Later, I shall go to Toronto and plant a few evidences for my fictitious past. But what is bothering me is an insect that invaded my room around noon today. Of course, I have had all sorts of nightmares about blue flies of late, but those were only to be expected in view of my prevailing nervous strain. This thing, however, was a waking actuality, and I am utterly at a loss to account for it. It buzzed around my bookshelf for fully a quarter of an hour, and eluded every attempt to catch or kill it. The queerest thing was its color and aspect, for it had blue wings and was in every way a duplicate of my hybrid envoys of death. How it could possibly be one of these, in fact, I certainly don't know. I disposed of all the hybrids, stained and unstained, that I didn't send to Moore and can't recall any instance of escape. Can this be wholly an hallucination? Or could any of the specimens that escaped in Brooklyn when Moore was bitten have found their way back to Africa? There was that absurd story of the blue fly that waked Dyson when Moore died. But after all, the survival and return of some of the things is not impossible. It is perfectly plausible that the blue should stick to their wings too, for the pigment I devised was almost as good as tattooing for permanence. By elimination, that would seem to be the only rational explanation for this thing, though it is very curious that the fellow has come as far south as this. Possibly it's some hereditary homing instinct inherent in the Tsetse strain. After all, that side of him belongs to South Africa. I must be on my guard against a bite. Of course, the original venom, if this is actually one of the flies that escaped from Moore, was worn out ages ago, but the fellow must have fed as he flew back from America, and he may well have come through Central Africa and picked up a fresh infectivity. Indeed, that's more probable than not, for the palpalis half of his heredity would naturally take him back to Uganda, and all the trypanosomiasis germs. I still have some of the trypanosamide left. I couldn't bear to destroy my medicine case, incriminating though it may be. But since reading up on the subject, I am not so sure about the drug's action as I was. It gives one a fighting chance. Certainly it saved Gamba. But there's always a large probability of failure. It's devilish queer that this fly should have happened to come into my room. Of all places in the wide expanse of Africa, seems to strain coincidence to the breaking point. I suppose that if it comes again, I shall certainly kill it. I'm surprised that it escaped me today, for ordinarily these fellows are extremely stupid and easy to catch. Can it be a pure illusion after all? Certainly the heat is getting me of late as it never did before, even up around Uganda. January 16. Am I going insane? The fly came again this noon and acted so anomalously that I can't make head or tail of it. Only delusion on my part could account for what that buzzing pest seemed to do. It appeared from nowhere and went straight to my bookshelf, circling again and again to front a copy of Moore's Diptera of Central and Southern Africa. Now and then it would light on top or back of the volume, and occasionally it would dart forward toward me and retreat, before I could strike at it with a folded paper. Such cunning is unheard of among the notoriously stupid African diptera. For nearly half an hour I tried to get the cursed thing, but at last it darted out the window through a hole in the screen that I hadn't noticed. At times, I fancied it deliberately mocked me by coming within reach of my weapon and then skillfully sidestepping as I struck out. I must keep a tight hold of my consciousness. January 17th. Either I am mad or the world is in the grip of some sudden suspension of the laws of probability as we know them. That damnable fly came in from somewhere just before noon and commenced buzzing around the copy of Moore's Diptera on my shelf. Again I tried to catch it, and again yesterday's experience was repeated. Finally, the pest made for the open inkwell on my table and dipped itself in, just the legs and thorax, keeping its wings clear. Then it sailed up to the ceiling and lit, beginning to crawl around in a curved patch and leaving a trail of ink. After a time it hopped a bit and made a single ink spot unconnected with the trail. Then it dropped squarely in front of my face and buzzed out of sight before I could get it. Something about this whole business struck me as monstrously sinister and abnormal, more so than I could explain to myself. When I looked at the ink trail on the ceiling from different angles, it seemed more and more familiar to me. And it dawned on me suddenly that it formed an absolutely perfect question mark. What device could be more malignly appropriate? It is a wonder that I did not faint. So far the hotel attendants have not noticed it. Have not seen the fly this afternoon and evening, but am keeping my inkwell securely closed. I think my extermination of Moore must be preying on me and giving me morbid hallucinations. Perhaps there is no fly at all. January 18. Into what strange hell of living nightmare am I plunged? What occurred today is something which could not normally happen, and yet an hotel attendant has seen the marks on the ceiling and concedes their reality. About 11 o'clock this morning, as I was writing on a manuscript, something darted down to the inkwell for a second and flashed aloft again before I could see what it was. Looking up, I saw that hellish fly on the ceiling as it had been before, crawling along and tracing another trail of curves and turns. There was nothing I could do, but I folded a newspaper in readiness to get the creature if it should fly near enough. When it had made several turns on the ceiling, it flew into a dark corner and disappeared, and as I looked upward at the doubly defaced plastering, I saw that the new ink trail was that of a huge and unmistakable figure. For a time I was almost unconscious from a wave of nameless menace for which I could not fully account. Then I summoned up my resolution and took an active step. Going out to a chemist's shop, I purchased some gum and other things necessary for preparing a sticky trap, also a duplicate inkwell. Returning to my room, I filled the new inkwell with the sticky mixture and set it where the old one had been, leaving it open. Then I tried to concentrate my mind on some reading. About 3 o'clock I heard the accursed insect again and saw it circling around the new inkwell. It descended to the sticky surface but did not touch it, and afterward sailed straight toward me, retreating before I could hit it. Then it went to the bookshelf and circled around Moore's treatise. There is something profound and diabolic about the way the intruder hovers near that book. The worst part was the last. Leaving Moore's book, the insect flew over to the open window and began beating itself rhythmically against the wire screen. There would be a series of beats, and then a series of equal length, and another pause, and so on. Something about this performance held me motionless for a couple of moments. But after that, I went over to the window and tried to kill the noxious thing. As usual, no use. It merely flew across the room to a lamp and began beating the same tattoo on the stiff cardboard shade. I felt a vague desperation and proceeded to shut all the doors as well as the window whose screen had the imperceptible hole. It seemed very necessary to kill this persistent being, whose hounding was rapidly unseating my mind. Then Unconsciously counting, I began to notice that each of its series of beatings contained just 5 strokes. 5. The same number that the thing had traced in ink on the ceiling in the morning. Could there be any conceivable connection? The notion was maniacal, for that would argue a human intellect and a knowledge of written figures in the hybrid fly. A human intellect. Did not that take one back to the most primitive legends of the Uganda blacks? And yet there was that infernal cleverness in eluding me as contrasted with the normal stupidity of the breed. As I laid aside my folded paper and sat down in growing horror, the insect buzzed aloft and disappeared through a hole in the ceiling where the radiator pipe went to the room above. The departure did not soothe me, for my mind had started on a train of wild and terrible reflections. If this fly had a human intelligence, where did that intelligence come from? Was there any truth in the native notion that these creatures acquire the personality of their victims after the latter's death? If so, whose personality did this fly bear? I had reasoned out that it must be one of those which escaped from Moore at the time he was bitten. Was this the envoy of death which had bitten Moore? If so, what did it want with me? What did it want with me anyway? In a cold perspiration, I remembered the actions of the fly that had bitten Bata when Bata died. Had its own personality been displaced by that of its dead victim? Then there was that sensational news account of the fly that waked Dyson when Moore died. As for that fly that was hounding me, could it be that a vindictive human personality drove it on? How it hovered around Moore's book? I refused to think any farther than that. All at once I began to feel sure that the creature was indeed infected, and in the most virulent way. With a malign deliberation so evident in every act, it must surely have charged itself on purpose with the deadliest bacilli in all Africa. My mind, thoroughly shaken, was now taking the thing's human qualities for granted. I now telephoned the clerk and asked for a man to stop up the radiator pipe hole and other possible chinks in my room. I spoke of being tormented by flies, and he seemed to be quite sympathetic. When the man came, I shewed him the ink marks on the ceiling, which he recognized without difficulty. So they are real. The resemblance to a question mark and a figure puzzled and fascinated him. In the end, he stopped up all the holes he could find and mended the window screen so that I can now keep both windows open. He evidently thought me a bit eccentric, especially since no insects were in sight while he was here. But I am past minding that. So far the fly has not appeared this evening. God knows what it is, what it wants, or what will become of me. January 19. I am utterly engulfed in horror. The thing has touched me. Something monstrous and demoniac is at work around me, and I am a helpless victim. In the morning, when I returned from breakfast, that winged fiend from hell brushed into the room over my head and began beating itself against the window screen as it did yesterday. This time, though, each series of beats contained only 4 strokes. I rushed to the window and tried to catch it, but it escaped as usual and flew over to Moore's treatise, where it buzzed around mockingly. Its vocal equipment is limited, but I noticed that its spells of buzzing came in groups of 4. By this time I was certainly mad, for I called out to it, "More, for God's sake, what do you want?" when I did so. The creature suddenly ceased its circling, flew toward me, and made a low, graceful dip in the air, somehow suggestive of a bow. Then it flew back to the book. At least I seemed to see it do all this, though I am trusting my senses no longer. And then the worst thing happened. I had left my door open, hoping the monster would leave if I could not catch it. But about 11:30 I shut the door, concluding it had gone. Then I settled down to read. Just at noon I felt a tickling on the back of my neck, but when I put my hand up, nothing was there. In a moment I felt the tickling again, and before I could move, that nameless spawn of hell sailed into view from behind, did another of those mocking, graceful dips in the air, and flew out through the keyhole, which I had never dreamed was large enough to allow its passage. That the thing had touched me I could not doubt. It had touched me without injuring me. And then I remembered in a sudden cold fright that Moore had been bitten on the back of the neck at noon. No invasion since then. But I have stuffed all the keyholes with paper, and shall have a folded paper ready for use whenever I open the door to leave or enter. January 20th. I cannot yet believe fully in the supernatural, yet I fear none the less that I am lost. The business is too much for me. Just before noon today, the devil appeared outside the window and repeated its beating operations, but this time in series of 3. When I went to the window, it flew off out of sight. I still have resolution enough to take one more defensive step. Removing both window screens, I coated them with my sticky preparation, the one I used in the inkwell, outside and inside, and set them back in place. If that creature attempts another tattoo, it will be its last. Rest of the day in peace. Can I weather this experience without becoming a maniac? January 21. On board train for Bloemfontein. I am routed. The thing is winning. It has a diabolic intelligence against which all my devices are powerless. It appeared outside the window this morning, but did not touch the sticky screen. Instead, it sheared off without lighting and began buzzing around in circles, 2 at a time, followed by a pause in the air. After several of these performances, it flew off out of sight over the roofs of the city. My nerves are just about at the breaking point, for these suggestions of numbers are capable of a hideous interpretation. Monday the thing dwelt on the figure 5, Tuesday it was 4, Wednesday it was 3, and now today it is 2. 5, 4, 3, 2. What can this be save some monstrous and unthinkable counting off of days? For what purpose? Only the evil powers of the universe can know. I spent all the afternoon packing and arranging about my trunks, and now I have taken the night express for Bloemfontein. Flight may be useless, but what else can one do? January 22. Settled at the Orange Hotel, Bloemfontein, a comfortable and excellent place, but the horror followed me. I had shut all the doors and windows, stopped all the keyholes, looked for any possible chinks, and pulled down all the shades. But just before noon I heard a dull tap on one of the window screens. I waited, and after a long pause another tap came, a second pause, and still another single tap. Raising the shade, I saw that accursed fly, as I had expected. It described one large, slow circle in the air, and then flew out of sight. I was left as weak as a rag, and had to rest on the couch. 1. This was clearly the burden of the monster's present message. 1 tap, 1 circle. Did this mean one more day for me before some unthinkable doom? Ought I to flee again, or entrench myself here by sealing up the room? After an hour's rest, I felt able to act, and ordered a large reserve supply of canned and packaged food, also linen and towels. Sent in. Tomorrow I shall not under any circumstances open any crevice of door or window. When the food and linen came, the black looked at me queerly, but I no longer care how eccentric or insane I may appear. I am hounded by powers worse than the ridicule of mankind. Having received my supplies, I went over every square millimeter of the walls and stopped up every microscopic opening I could find. At last I feel able to get real sleep. Handwriting here becomes irregular, nervous, and very difficult to decipher. January 23. It is just before noon, and I feel that something very terrible is about to happen. Didn't sleep as late as I expected, even though I got almost no sleep on the train the night before. Up early, and have had trouble getting concentrated on anything. Reading or writing. That slow, deliberate counting off of days is too much for me. I don't know which has gone wild, nature or my head. Until about 11, I did very little except walk up and down the room. Then I heard a rustle among the food packages brought in yesterday, and that demoniac fly crawled out before my eyes. I grabbed something flat and made passes at the thing despite my panic fear, but with no more effect than usual. As I advanced, that blue-winged horror retreated as usual to the table where I had piled my books and lit for a second on Moore's Diptera of Central and Southern Africa. Then, as I followed, it flew over to the mantel clock and lit on the dial near the figure. Before I could think up another move, it had begun to crawl around the dial very slowly and deliberately, in the direction of the hands. It passed under the minute hand, curved down and up, passed under the hour hand, and finally came to a stop exactly at the figure. As it hovered there, it fluttered its wings with a buzzing noise. Is this a portent of some sort? I am getting as superstitious as the blacks. The hour is now a little after 11. Is 12 the end? I have just one last resort, brought to my mind through utter desperation. Wish I had thought of it before. Recalling that my medicine case contains both of the substances necessary to generate chlorine gas, I have resolved to fill the room with that lethal vapor, asphyxiating the fly while protecting myself with an ammonia-sealed handkerchief tied over my face. Fortunately, I have a good supply of ammonia. This crude mask will probably neutralize the acrid chlorine fumes till the insect is dead, or at least helpless enough to crush. But I must be quick. How can I be sure that the thing will not suddenly dart for me before my preparations are complete? I ought not to be stopping to write in this journal. Later. Both chemicals, hydrochloric acid and manganese dioxide, on the table all ready to mix. I've tied the handkerchief over my nose and mouth and have a bottle of ammonia ready to keep it soaked until the chlorine is gone. Have battened down both windows. But I don't like the actions of that hybrid daemon. It stays on the clock but is very slowly crawling around backward from the 12 mark to meet the gradually advancing minute hand. Is this to be my last entry in this journal? It would be useless to try to deny what I suspect. Too often a grain of incredible truth lurks behind the wildest and most fantastic of legends. Is the personality of Henry Moore trying to get at me through this blue-winged devil? Is this the fly that bit him, and that in consequence absorbed his consciousness when he died? If so, and if it bites me, will my own personality displace Moore's and enter that buzzing body when I die of the bite later on? Perhaps, though, I need not die even if it gets me. There is always a chance with trypasamide, and I regret nothing. Moore had to die, be the outcome what it will. Slightly later, the fly has paused on the clock dial near the 45-minute mark. It is now 11:30. I am saturating the handkerchief over my face with ammonia and keeping the bottle handy for further applications. This will be the final entry before I mix the acid and manganese and liberate the chlorine. I ought not to be losing time, but it steadies me to get things down on paper. But for this record, I'd have lost all my reason long ago. The fly seems to be getting restless, and the minute hand is approaching it. Now for the chlorine. End of the journal. On Sunday, January 24th, 1932, after repeated knocking had failed to gain any response from the eccentric man in room 303 of the Orange Hotel, a black attendant entered with a pass key and at once fled shrieking downstairs to tell the clerk what he had found. The clerk, after notifying the police, summoned the manager, and the latter accompanied Constable DeWitt, Coroner Bogaert, and Dr. Van Keulen to the fatal room. The occupant lay dead on the floor, his face upward, and bound with a handkerchief which smelled strongly of ammonia. Under this, covering the features, shewed an expression of stark, utter fear, which transmitted itself to the observers on the back of the neck. Dr. Van Keulen found a virulent insect bite, dark red, with a purple ring around it, which suggested a tsetse fly or something less innocuous. An examination indicated that death must be due to heart failure induced by sheer fright, rather than to the bite, though a subsequent autopsy indicated that the germ of trypanosomiasis had been introduced into the system. On the table were several objects: a worn leather blank book containing the journal just described, a pen, writing pad, an open inkwell, a doctor's medicine case with the initials T and S marked in gold, bottles of ammonia and hydrochloric acid, and a tumbler about a quarter full of black manganese dioxide. The ammonia bottle demanded a second look because something besides the fluid seemed to be in it. Looking closer, Coroner Bogert saw that the alien occupant was a fly. It seemed to be some sort of hybrid with vague tsetse affiliations, but its wings, shooing faintly blue despite the action of the strong ammonia, were a complete puzzle. Something about it waked a faint memory of newspaper reading in Dr. Van Keulen, a memory which the journal was soon to confirm. Its lower parts seemed to have been stained with ink, so thoroughly that even the ammonia had not bleached them. Possibly it had fallen at one time into the inkwell, though the wings were untouched. But how had it managed to fall into the narrow-necked ammonia bottle? It was as if the creature had deliberately crawled in and committed suicide. But the strangest thing of all was what Constable DeWitt noticed on the smooth white ceiling overhead as his eyes roved about curiously. At his cry, the other three followed his gaze. Even Dr. Van Keulen, who had for some time been thumbing through the worn leather book with an expression of mixed horror, fascination and incredulity. The thing on the ceiling was a series of shaky, straggling ink tracks, such as might have been made by the crawling of some ink-drenched insect. At once everyone thought of the stains on the fly so oddly found in the ammonia bottle. But these were no ordinary ink tracks. Even a first glance revealed something hauntingly familiar about them, and closer inspection brought gasps of startled wonder from all four observers. Coroner Bogert instinctively looked around the room to see if there were any conceivable instrument or arrangement of piled-up furniture which could make it possible for those straggling marks to have been drawn by human agency. Finding nothing of the sort, he resumed his curious and almost awestruck upward glance, for beyond a doubt these inky smudges formed definite letters of the alphabet, letters coherently arranged in English words. The doctor was the first to make them out clearly, and the others listened breathlessly as he recited the insane-sounding message so incredibly scrawled in a place no human hand could reach. See my journal. It got me first. I died. Then I saw I was in it. The blacks are right. Strange powers in nature. Now I will drown what is left. Presently, amidst the puzzled hush that followed, Dr. Van Keulen commenced reading aloud from the worn leather journal. End of Winged Death by HP Lovecraft with Hazel Heald. The Horror in the Museum by HP Lovecraft and Hazel Heald. Weird Tales. July 1933. It was languid curiosity which first brought Stephen Jones to Rogers's museum. Someone had told him about the queer underground place in Southwark Street across the river, where waxen things so much more horrible than the worst effigies at Madame Tussaud's were shewn, and he had strolled in one April day to see how disappointing he would find it. Oddly, he was not disappointed. There was something different and distinctive here after all. Of course, the usual gory commonplaces were present. Landru, Dr. Crippen, Madame de Mares, Rizzio, Lady Jane Grey, endless maimed victims of war and revolution, and monsters like Gilles de Rais and Marquis de Sade. But there were other things which had made him breathe faster and stay till the ringing of the closing bell. The man who had fashioned this collection could be no ordinary mountebank. There was imagination, even a kind of diseased genius, in some of this stuff. Later he had learned about George Rogers. The man had been on the Tussaud staff, but some trouble had developed which led to his discharge, There were aspersions on his sanity and tales of his crazy forms of secret worship, though latterly his success with his own basement museum had dulled the edge of some criticisms while sharpening the insidious point of others. Teratology and the iconography of nightmare were his hobbies, and even he had had the prudence to screen off some of his worst effigies in a special alcove for adults only. It was this alcove which had fascinated Jones so much. There were lumpish hybrid things which only fantasy could spawn, molded with devilish skill and colored in a horribly lifelike fashion. Some were the figures of well-known myth: gorgons, chimeras, dragons, cyclops, and all their shuddersome congeners. Others were drawn from darker and more furtively whispered cycles of subterranean legend: black, formless Sathogwa, many-tentacled Cthulhu, proboscidean Shornya Fawn, and other rumored blasphemies from forbidden books like the Necronomicon, the Book of Eibon, or the Unos Pricklichen Kulten of von Junst. But the worst were wholly original with Rogers, and represented shapes which no tale of antiquity had ever dared to suggest. Several were hideous parodies on forms of organic life we know, while others seemed taken from feverish dreams of other planets and other galaxies. The wilder paintings of Clark Ashton Smith might suggest a few, but nothing could suggest the effect of poignant, loathsome terror created by their great size and fiendishly cunning workmanship, and by the diabolically clever lighting conditions under which they were exhibited. Stephen Jones, as a leisurely connoisseur of the bizarre in art, had sought out Rogers himself in the dingy office and workroom behind the vaulted museum chamber, an evil-looking crypt lighted dimly by dusty windows set slit-like and horizontal in the brick wall, on a level with the ancient cobblestones of a hidden courtyard. It was here that the images were repaired, here too where some of them had been made. Waxen arms, legs, heads and torsos lay in grotesque array on various benches, while on high tiers of shelves matted wigs, ravenous-looking teeth, and glassy staring eyes were indiscriminately scattered. Costumes of all sorts hung from hooks, and in one alcove were great piles of flesh-colored wax cakes and shelves filled with paint cans and brushes of every description. In the center of the room was a large melting furnace used to prepare the wax for molding, its firebox topped by a huge iron container on hinges, with a spout which permitted the pouring of melted wax with the merest touch of a finger. Other things in the dismal crypt were less describable, isolated parts of problematical entities whose assembled forms were the phantoms of delirium. At one end was a door of heavy plank, fastened by an unusually large padlock, and with a very peculiar symbol painted over it. Jones, who had once had access to the dreaded Necronomicon, shivered involuntarily as he recognized that symbol. This showman, he reflected, must indeed be a person of disconcertingly wide scholarship in dark and dubious fields. Nor did the conversation of Rogers disappoint him. The man was tall, lean, and rather unkempt, with large black eyes which gazed combustively from a pallid and usually stubble-covered face. He did not resent Jones's intrusion, but seemed to welcome the chance of unburdening himself to an interested person. His voice was of singular depth and resonance, and harbored a sort of repressed intensity bordering on the feverish. Jones did not wonder that many had thought him mad with every successive call, and such calls became a habit as the weeks went by. Jones had found Rogers more communicative and confidential. From the first, there had been hints of strange faiths and practices on the showman's part, and later on, these hints expanded into tales. Despite a few odd corroborative photographs, whose extravagance was almost comic. It was sometime in June, on a night when Jones had brought a bottle of good whiskey and plied his host somewhat freely, that the really demented talk first appeared. Before that, there had been wild enough stories, accounts of mysterious trips to Tibet, the African interior, the Arabian desert, the Amazon Valley, Alaska, and certain little-known islands of the South Pacific. plus claims of having read such monstrous and half-fabulous books as the prehistoric Pnakotic fragments and the Dole chants attributed to malign and non-human Leng. But nothing in all this had been so unmistakably insane as what had cropped out that June evening under the spell of the whiskey. To be plain, Rogers began making vague boasts of having found certain things in nature that no one had found before, and of having brought back tangible evidences of such discoveries. According to his bibulous harangue, he had gone farther than anyone else in interpreting the obscure and primal books he studied, and had been directed by them to certain remote places where strange survivals are hidden. Survivals of eons and life cycles earlier than mankind, and in some cases connected with other dimensions and other worlds, communication with which was frequent in the forgotten pre-human days. Jones marveled at the fancy which could conjure up such notions and wondered just what Rogers' mental history had been. Had his work amidst the morbid grotesqueries of Madame Tussauds been the start of his imaginative flights, or was the tendency innate, so that his choice of occupation was merely one of its manifestations? At any rate, the man's work was very closely linked with his notions. Even now there was no mistaking the trend of his blackest hints about the nightmare monstrosities in the screened-off, adults-only alcove. Heedless of ridicule, he was trying to imply that not all of these demoniac abnormalities were artificial. It was Jones's frank skepticism and amusement at these irresponsible claims which broke up the growing cordiality. Rogers, it was clear, took himself very seriously, for he now became morose and resentful, continuing to tolerate Jones only through a dogged urge to break down his wall of urbane and complacent incredulity. Wild tales and suggestions of rites and sacrifices to nameless elder gods continued, and now and then Rogers would lead his guest to one of the hideous blasphemies in the screened-off alcove and point out features difficult to reconcile with even the finest human craftsmanship. Jones continued his visits through sheer fascination, though he knew he had forfeited his host's regard. At times he would try to humor Rogers with pretended assent to some mad hint or assertion, but the gaunt showman was seldom to be deceived by such tactics. The tension came to a head later in September. Jones had casually dropped into the museum one afternoon and was wandering through the dim corridors whose horrors were now so familiar, when he heard a very peculiar sound from the general direction of Rogers' workroom. Others heard it too, and started nervously as the echoes reverberated through the great vaulted basement. The three attendants exchanged odd glances, and one of them, a dark, taciturn, foreign-looking fellow who always served Rogers as a repairer and assistant designer, smiled in a way which seemed to puzzle his colleagues and which grated very harshly on some facet of Jones's sensibilities. It was the yelp or scream of a dog, and was such a sound as could be made only under conditions of the utmost fright and agony combined. Its stark, anguished frenzy was appalling to hear, and in this setting of grotesque abnormality it held a double hideousness. Jones remembered that no dogs were allowed in the museum. He was about to go to the door leading into the workroom, when the dark attendant stopped him with a word and a gesture. "Mr. Rogers," the man said in a soft, somewhat accented voice at once apologetic and vaguely sardonic, was out, and there were standing orders to admit no one to the workroom during his absence. As for that yelp, it was undoubtedly something out in the courtyard behind the museum. This neighborhood was full of stray mongrels, and their fights were sometimes shockingly noisy. There were no dogs in any part of the museum, but if Mr. Jones wished to see Mr. Rogers, he might find him just before closing time. After this, Jones climbed the old stone steps to the street outside and examined the squalid neighborhood curiously. The leaning, decrepit buildings, once dwellings but now largely shops and warehouses, were very ancient indeed. Some of them were of a gabled type seeming to go back to Tudor times, and a faint miasmatic stench hung subtly about the whole region. Beside the dingy house whose basement held the museum was a low archway pierced by a dark cobbled alley. And this Jones entered in a vague wish to find the courtyard behind the workroom and settle the affair of the dog more comfortably in his mind. The courtyard was dim in the late afternoon light, hemmed in by rear walls even uglier and more intangibly menacing than the crumbling street facades of the evil old houses. Not a dog was in sight, and Jones wondered how the aftermath of such a frantic turmoil could have completely vanished so soon. Despite the assistant's statement that no dog had been in the museum, Jones glanced nervously at the 3 small windows of the basement workroom, narrow horizontal rectangles close to the grass-grown pavement, with grimy panes that stared repulsively and incuriously like the eyes of dead fish. To their left, a worn flight of steps led to an opaque and heavily bolted door. Some impulse urged him to crouch low on the damp, broken cobblestones and peer in, on the chance that the thick green shades, worked by long cords that hung down to a reachable level, might not be drawn. The outer surfaces were thick with dirt, but as he rubbed them with his handkerchief, he saw there was no obscuring curtain in the way of his vision. So shadowed was the cellar from the inside that not much could be made out, but the grotesque working paraphernalia now and then loomed up spectrally as Jones tried each of the windows in turn. It seemed evident at first that no one was within, yet when he peered through the extreme right-hand window, the one nearest the entrance alley, he saw a glow of light at the farther end of the apartment, which made him pause in bewilderment. There was no reason why any light should be there. It was an inner side of the room, and he could not recall any gas or electric fixture near that point. Another look defined the glow as a large vertical rectangle, and a thought occurred to him it was in that direction that he had always noticed the heavy plank door with the abnormally large padlock. The door which was never opened, and above which was crudely smeared that hideous cryptic symbol from the fragmentary records of forbidden elder magic. It must be open now, and there was a light inside. All his former speculations as to where that door led, and as to what lay behind it, were now renewed with trebly disquieting force. Jones wandered aimlessly around the dismal locality till close to 6 o'clock, when he returned to the museum to make the call on Rogers. He could hardly tell why he wished so especially to see the man just then, but there must have been some subconscious misgivings about that terribly unplaceable canine scream of the afternoon, and about the glow of light in that disturbing and usually unopened inner doorway with the heavy padlock. The attendants were leaving as he arrived, and he thought that Orabona, the dark, foreign-looking assistant, eyed him with something like sly, repressed amusement. He did not relish that look, even though he had seen the fellow turn it on his employer many times. The vaulted exhibition room was ghoulish in its desertion, but he strode quickly through it and rapped at the door of the office and workroom. Response was slow in coming, though there were footsteps inside. Finally, in response to a second knock, the lock rattled, and the ancient 6-paneled portal creaked reluctantly open to reveal the slouching, feverish-eyed form of George Rogers. From the first it was clear that the showman was in an unusual mood. There was a curious mixture of reluctance and actual gloating in his welcome, and his talk at once veered to extravagances of the most hideous and incredible sort, surviving elder gods, nameless sacrifices, the other-than-artificial nature of some of the alcove horrors, all the usual boasts, but uttered in a tone of peculiarly increasing confidence. Obviously, Jones reflected, the poor fellow's madness was gaining on him. From time to time, Rogers would send furtive glances toward the heavy, padlocked inner door at the end of the room, or toward a piece of coarse burlap on the floor not far from it, beneath which some small object appeared to be lying. Jones grew more nervous as the moments passed, and began to feel as hesitant about mentioning the afternoon's oddities as he had formerly been anxious to do so. Rogers' sepulchrally resonant bass almost cracked under the excitement of his fevered rambling. "Do you remember," he shouted, What I told you about that ruined city in Indochina where the Chochos lived. You had to admit I'd been there when you saw the photographs, even if you did think I made that oblong swimmer in darkness out of wax. If you'd seen it writhing in the underground pools as I did. Well, this is bigger still. I never told you about this because I wanted to work out the later parts before making any claim. When you see the snapshots, you'll know the geography couldn't have been faked, and I fancy I have another way of proving that it isn't any waxed concoction of mine. You've never seen it, for the experiments wouldn't let me keep it on exhibition. The showman glanced queerly at the padlocked door. It all comes from that long ritual in the 8th Pnakotic fragment. When I got it figured out, I saw it could have only one meaning. There were things in the north before the land of Lomar, before mankind existed. And this was one of them. It took us all the way to Alaska, and up the no attack from Fort Morton. But the thing was there as we knew it would be. Great Cyclopean ruins, acres of them. There was less left than we had hoped for, but after 3 million years what could one expect? And weren't the Eskimo legends all in the right direction? We couldn't get one of the beggars to go with us, and had to sledge all the way back to Nome for Americans. Orabona was no good up in that climate. It made him sullen and hateful. I'll tell you later how we found it. When we got the ice blasted out of the pylons of the central ruin, the stairway was just as we knew it would be. Some carving still there, and it was no trouble keeping the Yankees from following us in. Orabona shivered like a leaf. You'd never think it from the damned insolent way he struts around here. He knew enough of the elder law to be properly afraid. The eternal light was gone, but our torches shewed enough. We saw the bones of others who had been before us. Aeons ago, when the climate was warm. Some of these bones were of things you couldn't even imagine. At the 3rd level down, we found the ivory throne the fragments said so much about. And I may as well tell you it wasn't empty. The thing on that throne didn't move. And we knew then that it needed the nourishment of sacrifice. But we didn't want to wake it then. Better to get it to London first. Orabona and I went to the surface for the big box, but when we had packed it, we couldn't get it up the 3 flights of steps. These steps weren't made for human beings, and their size bothered us. Anyway, it was devilish heavy. We had to have the Americans down to get it out. They weren't anxious to go into the place, but of course the worst thing was safely inside the box. We told them it was a batch of ivory carvings, archaeological stuff, and after seeing the carved throne they probably believed us. It's a wonder they didn't suspect hidden treasure and demand a share. They must have told queer tales around Nome later on, though I doubt if they ever went back to those ruins even for the ivory throne. Rogers paused, felt around in his desk, and produced an envelope of good-sized photographic prints. Extracting one and laying it face down before him, he handed the rest to Jones. The set was certainly an odd one: ice-clad hills, dog sledges, men in furs, and vast tumbled ruins against a background of snow. Ruins whose bizarre outlines and enormous stone blocks could hardly be accounted for. One flashlight view shewed an incredible interior chamber with wild carvings and a curious throne whose proportion could not have been designed for a human occupant. The carvings on the gigantic masonry, high walls and peculiar vaulting overhead, were mainly symbolic and involved both wholly unknown designs and certain hieroglyphs darkly cited in obscene legends. Over the throne loomed the same dreadful symbol which was now painted on the workroom wall above the padlocked plank door. Jones darted a nervous glance at the closed portal. Assuredly, Rogers had been to strange places and had seen strange things. Yet, this mad interior picture might easily be a fraud, taken from a very clever stage setting. One must not be too credulous. But Rogers was continuing, "Well, we shipped the box from Nome and got to London without any trouble. That was the first time we'd ever brought back anything that had a chance of coming alive. I didn't put it on display because there were more important things to do for it, It needed the nourishment of sacrifice, for it was a god. Of course, I couldn't get it the sort of sacrifices which it used to have in its day, for such things don't exist now, but there were other things which might do. The blood is the life, you know. Even the lemurs and elementals that are older than the earth will come when the blood of men or beasts is offered under the right conditions. The expression on the narrator's face was growing very alarming and repulsive, so that Jones fidgeted involuntarily in his chair. Rogers seemed to notice his guest's nervousness and continued with a distinctly evil smile. It was last year that I got it, and ever since then I've been trying rites and sacrifices. Orabona hasn't been much help, for he was always against the idea of waking it. He hates it, probably because he's afraid of what it will come to mean. He carries a pistol all the time to protect himself. Fool, as if there were human protection against it. If I ever see him draw that pistol, I'll strangle him. He wanted me to kill it and make an effigy of it. But I've stuck by my plans, and I'm coming out on top in spite of all the cowards like Orabona and damned sniggering skeptics like you, Jones. I've chanted the rites and made certain sacrifices, and last week the transition came. The sacrifice was received and enjoyed. Rogers actually licked his lips, while Jones held himself uneasily rigid. The showman paused and rose, crossing the room to the piece of burlap at which he had glanced so often. Bending down, he took hold of one corner as he spoke again. "You've laughed enough at my work. Now it's time for you to get some facts. Orabona tells me you heard a dog screaming around here this afternoon. Do you know what that meant?" Jones started. For all his curiosity, he would have been glad to get out without further light on the point which had so puzzled him. But Rogers was inexorable, and began to lift the square of burlap. Beneath it lay a crushed, almost shapeless mass which Jones was slow to classify. Was it a once-living thing which some agency had flattened, sucked dry of blood, punctured in 1,000 places, and wrung into a limp, broken-boned heap of grotesqueness? After a moment, Jones realized what it must be. It was what was left of a dog, perhaps of considerable size and whitish color. Its breed was past recognition, for distortion had come in nameless and hideous ways. Most of the hair was burned off as by some pungent acid, and the exposed, bloodless skin was riddled by innumerable circular wounds or incisions. The form of torture necessary to cause such results was past imagining. Electrified with a pure loathing which conquered his mounting disgust, Jones sprang up with a cry. "You damned sadist! You madman! You do a thing like this and dare to speak to a decent man!" Rogers dropped the burlap with a malignant sneer and faced his oncoming guest. His words held an unnatural calm. "Why, you fool, do you think I did this? Let us admit that the results are unbeautiful from our limited human standpoint. What of it? It is not human and does not pretend to be. To sacrifice is merely to offer. I gave the dog to it. What happened is its work, not mine. It needed the nourishment of the offering and took it in its own way. But let me shew you what it looks like." As Jones stood hesitating, the speaker returned to his desk and took up the photograph he had laid face down without shewing. Now he extended it with a curious look. Jones took it and glanced at it in an almost mechanical way. After a moment, the visitor's glance became sharper and more absorbed, for the utterly satanic force of the object depicted had an almost hypnotic effect. Certainly, Rogers had outdone himself in modeling the eldritch nightmare which the camera had caught. The thing was a work of sheer infernal genius, and Jones wondered how the public would react when it was placed on exhibition. So hideous a thing had no right to exist. Probably the mere contemplation of it, after it was done, had completed the unhinging of its maker's mind, and led him to worship it with brutal sacrifices. Only a stout sanity could resist the insidious suggestion that the blasphemy was, or had once been, some morbid and exotic form of actual life. The thing in the picture squatted or was balanced on what appeared to be a clever reproduction of the monstrously carved throne in the other curious photograph. To describe it with any ordinary vocabulary would be impossible, for nothing even roughly corresponding to it has ever come within the imagination of sane mankind. It represented something meant perhaps to be roughly connected with the vertebrates of this planet, though one could not be too sure of that. Its bulk was cyclopean, for even squatted it towered to almost twice the height of Orobona, who was shewn beside it. Looking sharply, one might trace its approximations toward the bodily features of the higher vertebrates. There was an almost globular torso, with 6 long, sinuous limbs terminating in crab-like claws. From the upper end, a subsidiary globe bulged forward bubble-like, its triangle of 3 staring fishy eyes, its foot-long and evidently flexible proboscis, and a distended lateral system analogous to gills, suggesting that it was a head. Most of the body was covered with what at first appeared to be fur, but which on closer examination proved to be a dense growth of dark, slender tentacles or sucking filaments. Each tipped with a mouth suggesting the head of an asp. On the head and below the proboscis, the tentacles tended to be longer and thicker and marked with spiral stripes, suggesting the traditional serpent locks of Medusa. To say that such a thing could have an expression seems paradoxical. Yet Jones felt that that triangle of bulging fish eyes and that obliquely poised proboscis all bespoke a blend of hate, greed, and sheer cruelty incomprehensible to mankind, because mixed with other emotions, not of the world or this solar system. Into this bestial abnormality, he reflected, Rogers must have poured at once all his malignant insanity and all his uncanny sculptural genius. The thing was incredible, and yet the photograph proved that it existed. Rogers interrupted his reveries. Well, what do you think of it? Now do you wonder what crushed the dog and sucked it dry with 1,000,000 mouths? It needed nourishment, and it will need more. It is a god, and I am the first priest of its latter-day hierarchy. Shub-Niggurath, the goat with 1,000 young. Jones lowered the photograph in disgust and pity. See here, Rogers, this won't do. There are limits, you know. It's a great piece of work and all that, but it isn't good for you. Better not see it anymore. Let Orobona break it up, and try to forget about it. And let me tear this beastly picture up too. With a snarl, Rogers snatched the photograph and returned it to the desk. Idiot, you. And you still think it's all a fraud. You still think I made it, and you still think my figures are nothing but lifeless wax. Why, damn you, you're a worse clod than a wax image yourself. But I've got proof this time, and you're going to know. Not just now, for it is resting after the sacrifice, but later. Oh yes, you will not doubt the power of it then. As Rogers glanced toward the padlocked inner door, Jones retrieved his hat and stick from a nearby bench. Very well, Rogers. Let it be later. I must be going now, but I'll call around tomorrow afternoon. Think my advice over and see if it doesn't sound sensible. Ask Orobona what he thinks too. Rogers actually bared his teeth in wild beast fashion. Must be going now, eh? Afraid, after all. Afraid for all your bold talk. You say the effigies are only wax, and yet you run away when I begin to prove that they aren't. You're like the fellows who take my standing bet that they daren't spend the night in the museum. They come boldly enough, but after an hour they shriek and hammer to get out. Want me to ask Orobona, eh? You two, always against me. You want to break down the coming earthly reign of it. Jones preserved his calm. No, Rogers, there's nobody against you. And I'm not afraid of your figures either, much as I admire your skill. But we're both a bit nervous tonight, and I fancy some rest will do us good. Again, Rogers checked his guest's departure. Not afraid, eh? Then why are you so anxious to go? Look here. Do you or don't you dare to stay alone here in the dark? What's your hurry if you don't believe in it?" Some new idea seemed to have struck Rogers, and Jones eyed him closely. "Why, I've no special hurry, but what would be gained by my staying here alone? What would it prove? My only objection is that it isn't very comfortable for sleeping. What good would it do either of us?" This time it was Jones who was struck with an idea. He continued in a tone of conciliation. "See here, Rogers. I've just asked you what it would prove if I stayed, when we both know. It would prove that your effigies are just effigies, and that you oughtn't to let your imagination go the way it's been going lately. Suppose I do stay. If I stick it out till morning, will you agree to take a new view of things? Go on a vacation for 3 months or so, and let Orobona destroy that new thing of yours. Come now. Isn't that fair?" The expression on the showman's face was hard to read. It was obvious that he was thinking quickly, and that of sundry conflicting emotions, malign triumph was getting the upper hand. His voice held a choking quality as he replied, "Fair enough. If you do stick it out, I'll take your advice. But stick you must. We'll go out for dinner and come back. I'll lock you in the display room and go home. In the morning I'll come down ahead of Orobona. He comes half an hour before the rest, and see how you are. But don't try it unless you are very sure of your skepticism. Others have backed out. You have that chance. And I suppose a pounding on the outer door would always bring a constable. You may not like it so well after a while. You'll be in the same building, though not in the same room with it." As they left the rear door into the dingy courtyard, Rogers took with him the piece of burlap, weighted with a gruesome burden. Near the center of the court was a manhole, whose cover the showman lifted quietly, and with a shuddersome suggestion of familiarity. Burlap and all, the burden went down to the oblivion of a cloacal labyrinth. Jones shuddered, and almost shrank from the gaunt figure at his side as they emerged into the street. By unspoken mutual consent, they did not dine together, but agreed to meet in front of the museum at 11. Jones hailed a cab and breathed more freely when he had crossed Waterloo Bridge and was approaching the brilliantly lighted Strand. He dined at a quiet cafe and subsequently went to his home in Portland Place to bathe and get a few things. Idly he wondered what Rogers was doing. He had heard that the man had a vast, dismal house in the Walworth Road, full of obscure and forbidden books, occult paraphernalia, and wax images which he did not choose to place on exhibition. Orobona, he understood, lived in separate quarters in the same house. At 11, Jones found Rogers waiting by the basement door in Southwark Street. Their words were few, but each seemed taut with a menacing tension. They agreed that the vaulted exhibition room alone should form the scene of the vigil, and Rogers did not insist that the watcher sit in the special adult alcove of supreme horrors. The showman, having extinguished all the lights with switches in the workroom, locked the door of that crypt with one of the keys on his crowded ring. Without shaking hands, he passed out the street door, locked it after him, and stamped up the worn steps to the sidewalk outside. As his tread receded, Jones realized that the long, tedious vigil had commenced. Chapter 2. Later, in the utter blackness of the great arched cellar, Jones cursed the childish naivete which had brought him there. For the first half hour, he had kept flashing on his pocket light at intervals, but now just sitting in the dark on one of the visitors' benches had become a more nerve-wracking thing. Every time the beam shot out, it lighted up some morbid, grotesque object. A guillotine, a nameless hybrid monster, a pasty-bearded face crafty with evil, a body with red torrents streaming from a severed throat. Jones knew that no sinister reality was attached to these things, but after that first half hour, he preferred not to see them. Why he had bothered to humor that madman he could scarcely imagine. It would have been much simpler merely to have let him alone, or to have called in a mental specialist. Probably, he reflected, it was the fellow feeling of one artist for another. There was so much genius in Rogers that he deserved every possible chance to be helped quietly out of his growing mania. Any man who could imagine and construct the incredibly lifelike things that he had produced was surely not far from actual greatness. He had the fancy of a Sime or a Dora joined to the minute scientific craftsmanship of a Blatchka. Indeed, he had done for the world of nightmare what the Blatchkas, with their marvelously accurate plant models of finely wrought and colored glass, had done for the world of botany. At midnight, the strokes of a distant clock filtered through the darkness, and Jones felt cheered by the message from a still surviving outside world. The vaulted museum chamber was like a tomb, ghastly in its utter solitude. Even a mouse would be cheering company, yet Rogers had once boasted that. For certain reasons, as he said, no mice or even insects ever came near the place. That was very curious, yet it seemed to be true. The deadness and silence were virtually complete. If only something would make a sound. He shuffled his feet, and the echoes came spectrally out of the absolute stillness. He coughed, but there was something mocking in the staccato reverberations. He could not, he vowed, begin talking to himself. That meant nervous disintegration. Time seemed to pass with abnormal and disconcerting slowness. He could have sworn that hours had elapsed since he last flashed the light on his watch, yet here was only the stroke of midnight. He wished that his senses were not so preternaturally keen. Something in the darkness and stillness seemed to have sharpened them, so that they responded to faint intimations hardly strong enough to be called true impressions. His ears seemed at times to catch a faint, elusive susurrus which could not quite be identified with the nocturnal hum of the squalid streets outside, and he thought of vague, irrelevant things like the music of the spheres and the unknown, inaccessible life of alien dimensions pressing on our own. Rogers often speculated about such things. The floating specks of light in his blackness-drowned eyes seemed inclined to take on curious symmetries of pattern and motion. He had often wondered about those strange rays from the unplumbed abyss which scintillate before us in the absence of all earthly illumination, but he had never known any that behaved just as these were behaving. They lacked the restful aimlessness of ordinary light specks, suggesting some will and purpose remote from any terrestrial conception. Then there was that suggestion of odd stirrings. Nothing was open, yet in spite of the general draughtlessness, Jones felt that the air was not uniformly quiet. There were intangible variations in pressure, not quite decided enough to suggest the loathsome pawings of unseen elementals. It was abnormally chilly, too. He did not like any of this. The air tasted salty, as if it were mixed with the brine of dark subterrane waters, and there was a bare hint of some odor of ineffable mustiness. In the daytime he had never noticed that the waxen figures had an odor. Even now that half-received hint was not the way wax figures ought to smell. It was more like the faint smell of specimens in a natural history museum. Curious, in view of Rogers' claims that his figures were not all artificial. Indeed, it was probably that claim which made one's imagination conjure up the olfactory suspicion. One must guard against excesses of the imagination. Had not such things driven poor Rogers mad? But the utter loneliness of this place was frightful. Even the distant chimes seemed to come from across cosmic gulfs. It made Jones think of that insane picture which Rogers had shewed him. The wildly carved chamber with the cryptic throne, which the fellow had claimed was part of a 3-million-year-old ruin in the shunned and inaccessible solitudes of the Arctic. Perhaps Rogers had been to Alaska, but that picture was certainly nothing but stage scenery. It couldn't normally be otherwise, with all that carving and those terrible symbols, and that monstrous shape supposed to have been found on that throne. What a flight of diseased fancy! Jones wondered just how far he actually was from the insane masterpiece in wax. Probably it was kept behind that heavy, padlocked plank door leading somewhere out of the workroom. But it would never do to brood about a waxen image. Was not the present room full of such things, some of them scarcely less horrible than the dreadful It? And beyond a thin canvas screen on the left was the adults-only alcove with its nameless phantoms of delirium. The proximity of the numberless waxen shapes began to get on Jones's nerves more and more as the quarter hours wore on. He knew the museum so well that he could not get rid of their usual images even in the total darkness. Indeed, the darkness had the effect of adding to the remembered images certain very disturbing imaginative overtones. The guillotine seemed to creak, and the bearded face of Landru, slayer of his 50 wives, twisted itself into expressions of monstrous menace. From the severed throat of Madame Demers a hideous bubbling sound seemed to emanate, while the headless, legless victim of a trunk murder tried to edge closer and closer on its gory stumps. Jones began shutting his eyes to see if that would dim the images, but found it was useless. Besides, when he shut his eyes, the strange, purposeful patterns of light specks became more disturbingly pronounced. Then suddenly he began trying to keep the hideous images he had formerly been trying to banish. He tried to keep them because they were giving place to still more hideous ones. In spite of himself, his memory began reconstructing the utterly non-human blasphemies that lurked in the obscurer corners, and these lumpish hybrid growths oozed and wriggled toward him as though hunting him down in a circle. Black Tsathoggua molded itself from a toad-like gargoyle to a long, sinuous line with hundreds of rudimentary feet, and a lean, rubbery night-gaunt spread its wings as if to advance and smother the watcher. Jones braced himself to keep from screaming. He knew he was reverting to the traditional terrors of his childhood and resolved to use his adult reason to keep the phantoms at bay. It helped a bit, he found, to flash the light again. Frightful as were the images it shewed, these were not as bad as what his fancy called out of the utter blackness. But there were drawbacks. Even in the light of his torch, he could not help suspecting a slight furtive trembling on the part of the canvas partition screening off the terrible adults-only alcove. He knew what lay beyond, and shivered. Imagination called up the shocking form of fabulous Yog-Sothoth, only a congeries of iridescent globes, yet stupendous in its malign suggestiveness. What was this accursed mass slowly floating toward him and bumping on the partition that stood in the way? A small bulge in the canvas far to the right suggested the sharp horn of Nofke, the hairy myth-thing of the Greenland ice, that walked sometimes on 2 legs, sometimes on 4, and sometimes on 6. To get this stuff out of his head, Jones walked boldly toward the hellish alcove with torch burning steadily. Of course, none of his fears was true. Yet were not the long facial tentacles of great Cthulhu actually swaying, slowly and insidiously? He knew they were flexible, but he had not realized that the draft caused by his advance was enough to set them in motion. Returning to his former seat outside the alcove, he shut his eyes and let the symmetrical light specks do their worst. The distant clock boomed a single stroke. Could it be only 1? He flashed the light on his watch and saw that it was precisely that hour. It would be hard indeed waiting for morning. Rogers would be down at about 8 o'clock, ahead of even Orabona. It would be light outside in the main basement long before that, but none of it could penetrate here. All the windows in this basement had been bricked up, but the 3 small ones facing the court. A pretty bad wait, all told. His ears were getting most of the hallucinations now, for he could swear he heard stealthy, plodding footsteps in the workroom beyond the closed and locked door. He had no business thinking of that unexhibited horror which Rogers called It. The thing was a contamination. It had driven its maker mad, and now even its picture was calling up imaginative terrors. It could not be in the workroom. It was very obviously beyond that padlocked door of heavy planking. Those steps were certainly pure imagination. Then he thought he heard the key turn in the workroom door. Flashing on his torch, he saw nothing but the ancient six-paneled portal in its proper position. Again he tried darkness and closed eyes, but there followed a harrowing illusion of creaking. Not the guillotine this time, but the slow, furtive opening of the workroom door. He would not scream. Once he screamed, he would be lost. There was a sort of padding or shuffling audible now, and it was slowly advancing toward him. He must retain command of himself. Had he not done so when the nameless brain shapes tried to close in on him? The shuffling crept nearer, and his resolution failed. He did not scream, but merely gulped out a challenge. "Who goes there? Who are you? What do you want?" There was no answer, but the shuffling kept on. Jones did not know which he feared most to do, turn on his flashlight or stay in the dark while the thing crept upon him. This thing was different, he felt profoundly, from the other terrors of the evening. His fingers and throat worked spasmodically. Silence was impossible. And the suspense of utter blackness was beginning to be the most intolerable of all conditions. Again he cried out hysterically, "Halt! Who goes there?" as he switched on the revealing beams of his torch. Then, paralyzed by what he saw, he dropped the flashlight and screamed, not once but many times. Shuffling toward him in the darkness was the gigantic, blasphemous form of a black thing, not wholly ape and not wholly insect. Its hide hung loosely upon its frame, and its rugose, dead-eyed rudiment of a head swayed drunkenly from side to side. Its forepaws were extended, with talons spread wide, and its whole body was taut with murderous malignity despite its utter lack of facial expression. After the screams and the final coming of darkness it leaped, and in a moment had Jones pinned to the floor. There was no struggle, for the watcher had fainted. Jones's fainting spell could not have lasted more than a moment, for the nameless thing was apishly dragging him through the darkness when he began recovering consciousness. What started him fully awake were the sounds which the thing was making, or rather, the voice with which it was making them. That voice was human, and it was familiar. Only one living being could be behind the hoarse, feverish accents which were chanting to an unknown horror. "Iya, Iya." It was howling. "I am coming, O Runtegoth, coming with the nourishment. You have waited long and fed ill, but now you shall have what was promised, that and more, for instead of Orabona it will be one of high degree who had doubted you. You shall crush and drain him with all his doubts, and grow strong thereby, and ever after among men he shall be shewn as a monument to your glory. Runtegoth, infinite and invincible, I am your slave and high priest. You are hungry, and I provide. I read the sign and have led you forth. I shall feed you with blood, and you shall feed me with power. Ea, Shub-Niggurath, the goat with 1,000 young." In an instant, all the terrors of the night dropped from Jones like a discarded cloak. He was again master of his mind, for he knew the very earthly and material peril he had to deal with. This was no monster of fable, but a dangerous madman. It was Rogers, dressed in some nightmare covering of his own insane designing, and about to make a frightful sacrifice to the devil god he had fashioned out of wax. Clearly he must have entered the workroom from the rear courtyard, donned his disguise, and then advanced to seize his neatly trapped and fear-broken victim. His strength was prodigious, and if he was to be thwarted, one must act quickly. Counting on the madman's confidence in his unconsciousness, he determined to take him by surprise, while his grasp was relatively lax. The feel of a threshold told him he was crossing into the pitch-black workroom. With the strength of mortal fear, Jones made a sudden spring from the half-recumbent posture in which he was being dragged. For an instant he was free of the astonished maniac's hands, and in another instant a lucky lunge in the dark had put his own hands at his captor's weirdly concealed throat. Simultaneously Rogers gripped him again, and without further preliminaries, The two were locked in a desperate struggle of life and death. Jones's athletic training, without doubt, was his sole salvation, for his mad assailant, freed from every inhibition of fair play, decency, or even self-preservation, was an engine of savage destruction as formidable as a wolf or panther. Guttural cries sometimes punctured the hideous tussle in the dark. Blood spurted, clothing ripped, and Jones at last felt the actual throat of the maniac, shorn of its spectral mask. He spoke not a word, but put every ounce of energy into the defense of his life. Rogers kicked, gouged, butted, bit, clawed, and spat, yet found strength to yelp out actual sentences at times. Most of his speech was in a ritualistic jargon full of references to it or Ran Tegoth, and to Jones's overwrought nerves, it seemed as if the cries echoed from an infinite distance of demoniac snortings and bayings. Toward the last, they were rolling on the floor, overturning benches or striking against the walls and the brick foundations of the central melting furnace. Up to the very end, Jones could not be certain of saving himself, but chance finally intervened in his favor. A jab of his knee against Rogers' chest produced a general relaxation, and a moment later he knew he had won. Though hardly able to hold himself up, Jones rose and stumbled about the walls seeking the light switch. For his flashlight was gone, together with most of his clothing. As he lurched along, he dragged his limp opponent with him, fearing a sudden attack when the madman came to. Finding the switchbox, he fumbled till he had the right handle. Then, as the wildly disordered workroom burst into sudden radiance, he set about binding Rogers with such cords and belts as he could easily find. The fellow's disguise, or what was left of it, seemed to be made of a puzzlingly queer sort of leather. For some reason it made Jones's flesh crawl to touch it, and there seemed to be an alien, rusty odor about it. In the normal clothes beneath it was Rogers' keyring, and this the exhausted victor seized as his final passport to freedom. The shades at the small slit-like windows were all securely drawn, and he let them remain so, washing off the blood of battle at a convenient sink. Jones donned the most ordinary-looking and least ill-fitting clothes he could find on the costume hooks. Testing the door to the courtyard, he found it fastened with a spring lock which did not require a key from the inside. He kept the keyring, however, to admit him on his return with aid, for plainly the thing to do was to call in an alienist. There was no telephone in the museum, but it would not take long to find an all-night restaurant or chemist's shop where one could be had. He had almost opened the door to go, when a torrent of hideous abuse from across the room told him that Rogers, whose visible injuries were confined to a long, deep scratch down the left cheek, had regained consciousness. Fool, spawn of Noth Yiddick and effluvium of Cthulhu, son of the dogs that howl in the maelstrom of Azathoth, you would have been sacred and immortal, and now you are betraying it and its priest. Beware, for it is hungry. It would have been Orabona, that damned treacherous dog ready to turn against me and it, but I give you the first honor instead. Now you must both beware, for it is not gentle without its priest. Vengeance is at hand. Do you know you would have been immortal? Look at the furnace. There is a fire ready to light, and there is wax in the kettle. I would have done with you as I have done with other once-living forms. Hey, you who avowed all my effigies are waxen would have become a waxen effigy yourself. The furnace was all ready. When it had had its fill, and you were like that dog I shooed you, I would have made your flattened, punctured fragments immortal. Wax would have done it. Haven't you said I'm a great artist? Wax in every pore, wax over every square inch of you. And ever after the world would have looked at your mangled carcass and wondered how I ever imagined and made such a thing. Hey, and Orabona would have come next, and others after him. And thus would my waxen family have grown. Dog. Do you still think I made all my effigies? Why not say preserved? You know by this time the strange places I've been to and the strange things I've brought back. Coward. You could never face the dimensional shambler whose hide I put on to scare you. The mere sight of it alive, or even the full-fledged thought of it, would kill you instantly with fright. Ee-yah, it waits hungry for the blood that is the life. Rogers, propped against the wall, swayed to and fro in his bonds. See here, Jones. If I let you go, will you let me go? It must be taken care of by its high priest. Orobono will be enough to keep it alive, and when he is finished, I will make his fragments immortal in wax for the world to see. It could have been you, but you have rejected the honor. I won't bother you again. Let me go, and I will share with you the power that it will bring me. Ee-yah, great is Ran-Tegoth. Let me go, let me go. It is starving down there beyond that door, and if it dies, the old ones can never come back. Hey, let me go. Jones merely shook his head, though the hideousness of the showman's imaginings revolted him. Rogers, now staring wildly at the padlocked plank door, thumped his head again and again against the brick wall and kicked with his tightly bound ankles. Jones was afraid he would injure himself and advanced to bind him more firmly to some stationary object. Writhing, Rogers edged away from him and set up a series of frenetic ululations whose utter, monstrous unhumanness was appalling and whose sheer volume was almost incredible. It seemed impossible that any human throat could produce noises so loud and piercing, and Jones felt that if this continued, there would be no need to telephone for aid. It could not be long before a constable would investigate, even granting that there were no listening neighbors in this deserted warehouse district.
Zayehe,
howled the madman.
Yakahabho, Eya, Ran-Tegoth, Cthulhu Fatan. Eya, Ran-Tegoth.
The tautly trussed creature, who had started squirming his way across the littered floor, now reached the padlocked plank door and commenced knocking his head thunderously against it. Jones dreaded the task of binding him further and wished he were not so exhausted from the previous struggle. This violent aftermath was getting hideously on his nerves, and he began to feel a return of the nameless qualms he had felt in the dark. Everything about Rogers and his museum was so hellishly morbid and suggestive of black vistas beyond life. It was loathsome to think of the waxen masterpiece of abnormal genius, which must at this very moment be lurking close at hand in the blackness beyond the heavy padlocked door. And now something happened which sent an additional chill down Jones's spine and caused every hair, even the tiny growth on the backs of his hands, to bristle with a vague fright beyond classification. Rogers had suddenly stopped screaming and beating his head against the stout plank door, and was straining up to a sitting posture, head cocked on one side as if listening intently for something. All at once a smile of devilish triumph overspread his face, and he began speaking intelligibly again, this time in a hoarse whisper, contrasting oddly with his former stentorian howling. "Listen, fool, listen hard. It has heard me, and is coming. Can't you hear it splashing out of its tank down there at the end of the runway? I dug it deep because there was nothing too good for it. It is amphibious, you know. You saw the gills in the picture. It came to the earth from lead-grey Yuggoth, where the cities are under the warm, deep sea. It can't stand up in there. Too tall. Has to sit or crouch. Let me get my keys. We must let it out and kneel down before it. Then we will go out and find a dog or cat, or perhaps a drunken man, to give it the nourishment it needs." It was not what the madman said, but the way he said it, that disorganized Jones so badly. The utter insane confidence and sincerity in that crazed whisper were damnably contagious. Imagination, with such a stimulus, could find an active menace in the devilish wax figure that lurked unseen just beyond the heavy planking. Eyeing the door in unholy fascination, Jones noticed that it bore several distinct cracks, though no marks of violent treatment were visible on this side. He wondered how large a room or closet lay behind it, and how the waxen figure was arranged. The maniac's idea of a tank and runway was as clever as all his other imaginings. Then, in one terrible instant, Jones completely lost the power to draw a breath. The leather belt he had seized for Roger's further strapping fell from his limp hands, and a spasm of shivering convulsed him from head to foot. He might have known the place would drive him mad as it had driven Rogers, and now he was mad. He was mad, for he now harbored hallucinations more weird than any which had assailed him earlier that night. The madman was bidding him hear the splashing of a mythical monster in a tank beyond the door, and now, God help him, he did hear it. Rogers saw the spasm of horror reach Jones's face and transform it to a staring mask of fear. He cackled. "At last, fool, you believe. At last you know. You hear it and it comes. Get me my keys, fool. We must do homage and serve it." But Jones was past paying attention to any human words, mad or sane. Phobic paralysis held him immobile and half-conscious, with wild images racing phantasmagorically through his helpless imagination. There was a splashing. There was a padding or shuffling, as of great wet paws on a solid surface. Something was approaching. Into his nostrils, from the cracks in that nightmare plank door, poured a noisome animal stench like, and yet unlike that of the mammal cages at the zoological gardens in Regent's Park. He did not know now whether Rogers was talking or not. Everything real had faded away, and he was a statue obsessed with dreams and hallucinations so unnatural that they became almost objective and remote from him. He thought he heard a sniffing or snorting from the unknown gulf beyond the door, and when a sudden baying, trumpeting noise assailed his ears, he could not feel sure that it came from the tightly bound maniac whose image swam uncertainly in his shaken vision. The photograph of that accursed, unseen wax thing persisted in floating through his consciousness. Such a thing had no right to exist. Had it not driven him mad? Even as he reflected, a fresh evidence of madness beset him. Something, he thought, was fumbling with the latch of the heavy padlocked door. It was patting and pawing and pushing at the planks. There was a thudding on the stout wood, which grew louder and louder. The stench was horrible, and now the assault on that door from the inside was a malign, determined pounding like the strokes of a battering ram. There was an ominous cracking, a splintering, a welling foetor, a falling plank, a black paw ending in a crab-like claw. "Help! Help! God help me!" I screamed. With intense effort, Jones is today able to recall a sudden bursting of his fear paralysis into the liberation of frenzied automatic flight. What he evidently did must have paralleled curiously the wild, plunging flights of maddest nightmares. For he seems to have leaped across the disordered crypt at almost a single bound, yanked open the outside door, which closed and locked itself after him with a clatter, sprung up the worn stone steps 3 at a time, and raced frantically and aimlessly out of that dank cobblestoned court and through the squalid streets of Southwark. Here the memory ends. Jones does not know how he got home, and there is no evidence of his having hired a cab. Probably he raced all the way by blind instinct, over Waterloo Bridge, along the Strand and Charing Cross, and up Haymarket and Regent Street to his own neighbourhood. He still had on the queer melange of museum costumes when he grew conscious enough to call the doctor. A week later, the nerve specialists allowed him to leave his bed and walk in the open air. But he had not told the specialists much. Over his whole experience hung a pall of madness and nightmare, and he felt that silence was the only course. When he was up, he scanned intently all the papers which had accumulated since that hideous night, but found no reference to anything queer at the museum. How much, after all, had been reality, Where did reality end and morbid dream begin? Had his mind gone wholly to pieces in that dark exhibition chamber, and had the whole fight with Rogers been a phantasm of fever? It would help to put him on his feet if he could settle some of these maddening points. He must have seen that damnable photograph of the wax image called It, for no brain but Rogers could ever have conceived such a blasphemy. It was a fortnight before he dared to enter Southwark Street again. He went in the middle of the morning, when there was the greatest amount of sane, wholesome activity around the ancient, crumbling shops and warehouses. The museum sign was still there, and as he approached, he saw that the place was open. The gateman nodded in a pleasant recognition as he summoned up the courage to enter, and in the vaulted chamber below an attendant touched his cap cheerfully. Perhaps everything had been a dream. Would he dare to knock at the door of the workroom and look for Rogers? Then Orobona advanced to greet him. His dark, sleek face was a trifle sardonic, but Jones felt that he was not unfriendly. He spoke with a trace of accent. "Good morning, Mr. Jones. It is some time since we have seen you here. Did you wish Mr. Rogers?" "I'm sorry, but he is away. He had word of business in America and had to go." "Yes, it was very sudden. I am in charge now. Here and at the house, I try to maintain Mr. Rogers' high standard till he is back." The foreigner smiled, perhaps from affability alone. Jones scarcely knew how to reply, but managed to mumble out a few inquiries about the day after his last visit. Orobona seemed greatly amused by the questions, and took considerable care in framing his replies. "Oh yes, Mr. Jones. The 28th of last month. I remember it for many reasons. In the morning, before Mr. Rogers got here, you understand, I found the workroom in quite a mess. There was a great deal of cleaning up to do. There had been late work, you see. Important new specimen, given its secondary baking process. I took complete charge when I came. It was a hard specimen to prepare. But of course Mr. Rogers has taught me a great deal. He is, as you know, a very great artist. When he came, he helped me complete the specimen. Helped very materially, I assure you, but he left soon without even greeting the men. As I tell you, he was called away suddenly. There were important chemical reactions involved. They made loud noises. In fact, some teamsters in the court outside fancy they heard several pistol shots. Very amusing idea. As for the new specimen, that matter is very unfortunate. It is a great masterpiece, designed and made, you understand, by Mr. Rogers. He will see about it when he gets back." Again Orobona smiled. "The police, you know. We put it on display a week ago and there were 2 or 3 faintings. One poor fellow had an epileptic fit in front of it. You see, it is a trifle stronger than the rest. Larger, for one thing. Of course, it was in the adult alcove. The next day, a couple of men from Scotland Yard looked it over and said it was too morbid to be shewn. Said we'd have to remove it. It was a tremendous shame. Such a masterpiece of art. But I didn't feel justified in appealing to the courts in Mr. Rogers' absence. He would not like so much publicity with the police now. But when he gets back. For some reason or other, Jones felt a mounting tide of uneasiness and repulsion. But Orobona was continuing. "You are a connoisseur, Mr. Jones. I am sure I violate no law in offering you a private view. It may be, subject of course to Mr. Rogers' wishes, that we shall destroy the specimen some day. But that would be a crime." Jones had a powerful impulse to refuse the sight and flee precipitately, but Orobona was leading him forward by the arm with an artist's enthusiasm. The adult alcove, crowded with nameless horrors, held no visitors. In the farther corner, a large niche had been curtained off, and to this the smiling assistant advanced. "You must know, Mr. Jones, that the title of this specimen is The Sacrifice to Ron Tegoth." Jones started violently, but Orobona appeared not to notice. The shapeless, colossal god is a feature in certain obscure legends which Mr. Rogers has studied. All nonsense, of course, as you've so often assured Mr. Rogers. It is supposed to have come from outer space and to have lived in the Arctic 3 million years ago. It treated its sacrifices rather peculiarly and horribly, as you shall see. Mr. Rogers had made it fiendishly lifelike, even to the face of the victim. Now, trembling violently, Jones clung to the brass railing in front of the curtained niche. He almost reached out to stop Orobona when he saw the curtain beginning to swing aside, but some conflicting impulse held him back. The foreigner smiled triumphantly. "Behold!" Jones reeled in spite of his grip on the railing. "God! Great God!" Fully 10 feet high, despite a shambling, crouching attitude expressive of infinite cosmic malignancy. A monstrosity of unbelievable horror was hewn starting forward from a cyclopean ivory throne covered with grotesque carvings. In the central pair of its 6 legs it bore a crushed, flattened, distorted, bloodless thing, riddled with 1,000,000 punctures, and in places seared as with some pungent acid. Only the mangled head of the victim, lolling upside down at one side, revealed that it represented something once human. The monster itself needed no title for one who had seen a certain hellish photograph. That damnable print had been all too faithful, yet it could not carry the full horror which lay in the gigantic actuality. The globular torso, the bubble-like suggestion of a head, the 3 fishy eyes, the foot-long proboscis, the bulging gills, the monstrous capillation of asp-like suckers, the 6 sinuous limbs with their black paws and crab-like claws. God! The familiarity of that black paw ending in a crab-like claw. Orobona's smile was utterly damnable. Jones choked and stared at the hideous exhibit with a mounting fascination which perplexed and disturbed him. What half-revealed horror was holding and forcing him to look longer and search out details. This had driven Rogers mad. Rogers, supreme artist, said they weren't artificial. Then he localized the thing that held him. It was the crushed, waxen victim's lolling head, and something that it implied. This head was not entirely devoid of a face, and that face was familiar. It was like the mad face of poor Rogers. Jones peered closer, hardly knowing why he was driven to do so. Wasn't it natural for a mad egotist to mold his own features into his masterpiece? Was there anything more that subconscious vision had seized on and suppressed in sheer terror? The wax of the mangled face had been handled with boundless dexterity. Those punctures, how perfectly they reproduced the myriad wounds somehow inflicted on that poor dog. But there was something more. On the left cheek, one could trace an irregularity which seemed outside the general scheme, as if the sculptor had sought to cover up a defect of his first modeling. The more Jones looked at it, the more mysteriously it horrified him, and then, suddenly, he remembered a circumstance which brought his horror to a head. That night of hideousness, the tussle, the bound madman, and the long, deep scratch down the left cheek of the actual living Rogers. Jones, releasing his desperate clutch on the railing, sank in a total faint. Orobona continued to smile. End of The Horror in the Museum by HP Lovecraft and Hazel Heald. The Man of Stone by HP Lovecraft and Hazel Heald. Wonder Stories, October 1932. Ben Hayden was always a stubborn chap, and once he had heard about those strange statues in the upper Adirondacks, nothing could keep him from going to see them. I had been his closest acquaintance for years, and our Damon and Pythias friendship made us inseparable at all times. So when Ben firmly decided to go, well, I had to trot along too, like a faithful collie. "Jack," he said, You know Henry Jackson, who was up in a shack beyond Lake Placid for that beastly spot in his lung? Well, he came back the other day nearly cured, but had a lot to say about some devilish queer conditions up there. He ran into the business all of a sudden and can't be sure yet that it's anything more than a case of bizarre sculpture, but just the same his uneasy impression sticks. It seems he was out hunting one day and came across a cave with what looked like a dog in front of it. Just as he was expecting the dog to bark, he looked again and saw that the thing wasn't alive at all. It was a stone dog. Perfect image, down to the smallest whisker, that he couldn't decide whether it was a supernaturally clever statue or a petrified animal. He was almost afraid to touch it, but when he did, he realized it was surely made of stone. After a while, he nerved himself up to go into the cave, and there he got a still bigger jolt. Only a little way in there was another stone figure, or what looked like it. But this time, it was a man's. It lay on the floor, on its side, wore clothes, and had a peculiar smile on its face. This time Henry didn't stop to do any touching, but beat it straight for the village mountain top, you know. Of course he asked questions, but they did not get him very far. He found he was on a ticklish subject, for the natives only shook their heads, crossed their fingers, and muttered something about a Mad Dan, whoever he was. It was too much for Jackson, so he came home weeks ahead of his planned time. He told me all about it because he knows how fond I am of strange things. And oddly enough, I was able to fish up a recollection that dovetailed pretty neatly with his yarn. Do you remember Arthur Wheeler, the sculptor who was such a realist that people began calling him nothing but a solid photographer? I think you knew him slightly. Well, as a matter of fact, he ended up in that part of the Adirondacks himself, spent a lot of time there, and then dropped out of sight. Never heard from again. Now if stone statues that look like men and dogs are turning up around there, it looks to me as if they might be his work, no matter what the rustics say or refuse to say about them. Of course, a fellow with Jackson's nerves might easily get flighty and disturbed over things like that, but I'd have done a lot of examining before running away. In fact, Jack, I'm going up there now to look things over, and you're coming along with me. It would mean a lot to find Wheeler, or any of his work. Anyhow, the mountain air will brace us both up. So less than a week later, after a long train ride and a jolting bus trip through breathlessly exquisite scenery, we arrived at Mountain Top in the late, golden sunlight of a June evening. The village comprised only a few small houses, a hotel, and the general store at which our bus drew up, but we knew that the latter would probably prove a focus for such information. Surely enough, the usual group of idlers was gathered around the steps, and when we represented ourselves as health seekers in search of lodgings, they had many recommendations to offer. Though we had not planned to do any investigating till the next day, Ben could not resist venturing some vague, cautious questions when he noticed the senile garrulousness of one of the ill-clad loafers. He felt, from Jackson's previous experience, that it would be useless to begin with references to the queer statues, but decided to mention Wheeler as one whom we had known, and in whose fate we consequently had a right to be interested. The crowd seemed uneasy when Sam stopped his whittling and started talking, but they had slight occasion for alarm. Even this barefoot old mountain decadent tightened up when he heard Wheeler's name, and only with difficulty could Ben get anything coherent out of him. Wheeler, he had finally wheezed. Oh yeah, that fella, as was all the time blasting rocks and cutting 'em up into statues. So you knowed him, hey? Well, there ain't much we can tell you, and maybe that's too much. He stayed out to Mad Dan's cabin in the hills, but not so very long. Got so he warn't wanted no more. By Dan, that is. Kinda soft-spoken and got around Dan's wife till the old devil took notice. Pretty sweet on her, I guess. But he took the trail sudden, and nobody's seen hide nor hair of him since. Dan must have told him something pretty plain. Bad fella to get agin ye, Dan is. Better keep away from Thar, boys, for they ain't no good in that part of the hills. Dan's Ben working up a worse and worse mood, and ain't seen about no more. Nor his wife, neither. Guess he's penned her up so's nobody else kin make eyes at her. As Sam resumed his whittling after a few more observations, Ben and I exchanged glances. Here, surely, was a new lead which deserved intensive following up. Deciding to lodge at the hotel, we settled ourselves as quickly as possible, planning for a plunge into the wild hilly country on the next day. At sunrise we made our start, each bearing a knapsack laden with provisions and such tools as we thought we might need. The day before us had an almost stimulating air of invitation, through which only a faint undercurrent of the sinister ran. Our rough mountain road quickly became steep and winding, so that before long our feet ached considerably. After about 2 miles, we left the road, crossing a stone wall on our right near a great elm, and striking off diagonally toward a steeper slope according to the chart and directions which Jackson had prepared for us. It was rough and briary traveling, but we knew that the cave could not be far off. In the end, we came upon the aperture quite suddenly. A black, bush-grown crevice where the ground shot abruptly upward, and beside it, near a shallow rock pool, a small, still figure stood rigid. As if rivaling its own uncanny petrification, it was a grey dog, or a dog's statue, and as our simultaneous gasp died away, we scarcely knew what to think. Jackson had exaggerated nothing, and we could not believe that any sculptor's hand had succeeded in producing such perfection. Every hair of the animal's magnificent coat seemed distinct, and those on the back were bristled up as if some unknown thing had taken him unaware. Ben, at last half kindly touching the delicate stony fur, gave vent to an exclamation. "Good God, Jack, but this can't be any statue. Look at it. All the little details, and the way the hair lies. None of Wheeler's technique here. This is a real dog, though heaven only knows how he ever got in this state. Just like stone. Feel for yourself. Do you suppose there's any strange gas that sometimes comes out of the cave and does this to animal life? We ought to have looked more into the local legends. And if this is a real dog, or was a real dog, then that man inside must be the real thing too." It was with a good deal of genuine solemnity, almost dread, that we finally crawled on hands and knees through the cave mouth, Ben leading. The narrowness looked hardly 3 feet, after which the grotto expanded in every direction to form a damp, twilight chamber floored with rubble and detritus. For a time we could make out very little, but as we rose to our feet and strained our eyes, we began slowly to descry a recumbent figure amidst the greater darkness ahead. Ben fumbled with his flashlight, but hesitated for a moment before turning it on the prostrate figure. We had little doubt that the stony thing was what had once been a man, and something in the thought unnerved us both. When Ben at last sent forth the electric beam, we saw that the object lay on its side, back toward us. It was clearly of the same material as the dog outside, but was dressed in the mouldering and unpetrified remains of rough sport clothing. Braced as we were for a shock, we approached quite calmly to examine the thing, Ben going around to the other side to glimpse the averted face. Neither could possibly have been prepared for what Ben saw when he flashed the light on those stony features. His cry was wholly excusable, and I could not help echoing it as I leaped to his side and shared the sight. Yet it was nothing hideous or intrinsically terrifying. It was merely a matter of recognition, for beyond the least shadow of a doubt, this chilly rock figure with its half-frightened, half-bitter expression had at one time been our old acquaintance, Arthur Wheeler. Some instinct sent us staggering and crawling out of the cave, and down the tangled slope to a point whence we could not see the ominous stone dog. We hardly knew what to think, for our brains were churning with conjectures and apprehensions. Ben, who had known Wheeler well, was especially upset and seemed to be piecing together some threads I had overlooked. Again and again as we paused on the green slope, he repeated, Poor Arthur, but not till he muttered the name Mad Dan did I recall the trouble into which, according to old Sam Poole, Wheeler had run just before his disappearance. Mad Dan, Ben implied, would doubtless be glad to see what had happened. For a moment it flashed over both of us that the jealous host might have been responsible for the sculptor's presence in this evil cave. But the thought went as quickly as it came. The thing that puzzled us most was to account for the phenomenon itself. What gaseous emanation or mineral vapor could have wrought this change in so relatively short a time was utterly beyond us. Normal petrification, we know, is a slow chemical replacement process requiring vast ages for completion, yet here were two stone images which had been living things. Or at least Wheeler had. Only a few weeks before. Conjecture was useless. Clearly nothing remained but to notify the authorities and let them guess what they might. And yet at the back of Ben's head, that notion about Mad Dan still persisted. Anyhow, we clawed our way back to the road, but Ben did not turn toward the village, but looked along upward toward where old Sam had said Dan's cabin lay. It was the second house from the village. The ancient loafer had wheezed, and lay on the left far back from the road in a thick copse of scrub oaks. Before I knew it, Ben was dragging me up the sandy highway past a dingy farmstead and into a region of increasing wildness. It did not occur to me to protest, but I felt a certain sense of mounting menace as the familiar marks of agriculture and civilization grew fewer and fewer. At last the beginning of a narrow, neglected path opened up on our left, while the peaked roof of a squalid, unpainted building shewed itself beyond a sickly growth of half-dead trees. This, I knew, must be Mad Dan's cabin, and I wondered that Wheeler had ever chosen so unprepossessing a place for his headquarters. I dreaded to walk up that weedy, uninviting path, but could not lag behind when Ben strode determinedly along and began a vigorous rapping at the rickety, musty-smelling door. There was no response to the knock, and something in its echoes sent a series of shivers through one. Ben, however, was quite unperturbed, and at once began to circle the house in quest of unlocked windows. The third that he tried, in the rear of the dismal cabin, proved capable of opening, and after a boost and a vigorous spring, he was safely inside and helping me after him. The room in which we landed was full of limestone and granite blocks, chiseling tools and clay models, and we realized at once that it was Wheeler's erstwhile studio. So far we had not met with any sign of life, but over everything hovered a damnably ominous dusty odor. On our left was an open door, evidently leading to a kitchen on the chimney side of the house, and through this Ben started, intent on finding anything he could concerning his friend's last habitat. He was considerably ahead of me when he crossed the threshold, so that I could not see at first what brought him up short and wrung a low cry of horror from his lips. In another moment, though, I did see, and repeated his cry as instinctively as I had done in the cave, for here in this cabin, far from any subterranean depths which could breed strange gases and work strange mutations, were two stony figures which I knew at once were no products of Arthur Wheeler's chisel. In a rude armchair before the fireplace, bound in position by the lash of a long rawhide whip, was the form of a man, unkempt, elderly, and with a look of fathomless horror on its evil, petrified face. On the floor beside it lay a woman's figure, graceful, and with a face betokening considerable youth and beauty. Its expression seemed to be one of sardonic satisfaction, and near its outflung right hand was a large tin pail, somewhat stained on the inside, as with a darkish sediment. We made no move to approach those inexplicably petrified bodies, nor did we exchange any but the simplest conjectures. That this stony couple had been Mad Dan and his wife we could not well doubt, but how to account for their present condition was another matter. As we looked horrifiedly around, we saw the suddenness with which the final development must have come. For everything about us seemed, despite a heavy coating of dust, to have been left in the midst of commonplace household activities. The only exception to this rule of casualness was on the kitchen table, in whose cleared center, as if to attract attention, lay a thin, battered blank book, weighted down by a sizable tin funnel. Crossing to read the thing, Ben saw that it was a kind of diary or set of dated entries, written in a somewhat cramped and none too practiced hand. The very first words riveted my attention, and before 10 seconds had elapsed, he was breathlessly devouring the halting text. I avidly following as I peered over his shoulder. As we read on, moving as we did so into the less loathsome atmosphere of the adjoining room, many obscure things became terribly clear to us, and we trembled with a mixture of complex emotions. This is what we read, and what the coroner read later on. The public has seen a highly twisted and sensationalized version in the cheap newspapers, but not even that has more than a fraction of the genuine terror which the simple original held for us, as we puzzled it out alone in that musty cabin among the wild hills, with 2 monstrous stone abnormalities lurking in the death-like silence of the next room. When we had finished, Ben pocketed the book with a gesture half of repulsion, and his first words were, "Let's get out of here." Silently and nervously we stumbled to the front of the house, unlocked the door, and began the long tramp back to the village. There were many statements to make and questions to answer in the days that followed, and I do not think that either Ben or I can ever shake off the effects of the whole harrowing experience. Neither can some of the local authorities and city reporters who flocked around, even though they burned a certain book and many papers found in attic boxes, and destroyed considerable apparatus in the deepest part of that sinister hillside cave. But here is the text itself. November 5. My name is Daniel Morris. Around here they call me Mad Dan, because I believe in powers that nobody else believes in nowadays. When I go up on Thunder Hill to keep the Feast of the Foxes, they think I am crazy, all except the backcountry folks that are afraid of me. They try to stop me from sacrificing the black goat at Hallow Eve, and always prevent my doing the great rite that would open the gate. They ought to know better, for they know I am a Van Coran on my mother's side, and anybody this side of the Hudson can tell what the Van Corans have handed down. We come from Nicholas Van Coran, the wizard, who was hanged in Vicgart in 1587, and everybody knows he had made the bargain with a black man. The soldiers never got his Book of Ibon when they burned his house, and his grandson, William Van Coran, brought it over when he came to Rensselaerwyck and later crossed the river to Esopus. Ask anybody in Kingston or Hurley about what the William Van Coran line could do to people that got in their way. Also, ask them if my Uncle Hendrik didn't manage to keep hold of the Book of Ibon when they ran him out of town and he went up the river to this place with his family. I'm writing this, and am going to keep writing this, because I want people to know the truth after I'm gone. Also, I am afraid I shall really go mad if I don't set things down in plain black and white. Everything is going against me, and if it keeps up, I shall have to use the secrets in the book and call in certain powers. 3 months ago, that sculptor Arthur Wheeler came to Mountain Top, and they sent him up to me because I am the only man in the place who knows anything except farming, hunting, and fleecing summer boarders. The fellow seemed to be interested in what I had to say, and made a deal to stop here for $13 a week with meals. I gave him the back room beside the kitchen for his lumps of stone and his chiseling, and arranged with Nate Williams to tend to his rock blasting and haul his big pieces with a drag and yoke of oxen. That was 3 months ago. Now I know why that cursed son of hell took so quick to the place. It wasn't my talk at all, but the looks of my wife Rose, that is Osborne Chandler's oldest girl. She is 16 years younger than I am, and is always casting sheep's eyes at the fellows in town, but we always managed to get along fine enough till this dirty rat shooed up, even if she did balk at helping me with the rites on Roodmas and Hallowmass. I can see now that Wheeler is working on her feelings and getting her so fond of him that she hardly looks at me, and I suppose he'll try to elope with her sooner or later. but he works slow like all sly, polished dogs, and I've got plenty of time to think up what to do about it. They don't either of them know I suspect anything, but before long they'll both realize it doesn't pay to break up a Van Coren's home. I promise them plenty of novelty in what I'll do. November 25. Thanksgiving Day. That's a pretty good joke. But at that, I'll have something to be thankful for when I finish what I've started. No question but that Wheeler is trying to steal my wife. For the time being, though, I'll let him keep on being a starboarder. Got the Book of Abon down from Uncle Hendrick's old trunk in the attic last week, and am looking up something good which won't require sacrifices that I can't make around here. I want something that'll finish these two sneaking traitors, and at the same time get me into no trouble. If it has a twist of drama in it, so much the better. I've thought of calling in the emanation of Yoth, but that needs a child's blood and I must be careful about the neighbors. The green decay looks promising, but that would be a bit unpleasant for me as well as for them. I don't like certain sights and smells. December 10th. Eureka! I've got the very thing at last. Revenge is sweet, and this is the perfect climax. Wheeler, the sculptor. This is too good. Yes, indeed, that damned sneak is going to produce a statue that will sell quicker than any of the things he's been carving these past weeks. A realist, eh? Well, the new statuary won't lack any realism. I found the formula in a manuscript insert opposite page 679 of the book. From the handwriting I judge, it was put there by my great-grandfather Barut Pictus van Coran, the one who disappeared from New Paltz in 1839. Shub-Niggurath, the goat with 1,000 young. To be plain, I found a way to turn those wretched rats into stone statues. It's absurdly simple, and really depends more on plain chemistry than on the outer powers. If I can get hold of the right stuff, I can brew a drink that'll pass for homemade wine. And one swig ought to finish any ordinary being short of an elephant. What it amounts to is a kind of petrification, infinitely speeded up. Shoots the whole system full of calcium and barium salts, and replaces living cells with mineral matter so fast that nothing can stop it. It must have been one of those things great-grandfather got at the Great Sabbat on Sugarloaf in the Catskills. Queer things used to go on there. Seems to me I heard of a man in New Paltz, Squire Hasbrook, turned to stone or something like that in 1834. He was an enemy of the Van Corens. First thing I must do is order the 5 chemicals I need from Albany and Montreal. Plenty of time later to experiment. When everything is over, I'll round up all the statues and sell them as Wheeler's work to pay for his overdue board bill. He always was a realist and an egoist. Wouldn't it be natural for him to make a self-portrait in stone and to use my wife for another model, as indeed he's really been doing for the past fortnight? Trust the dull public not to ask what quarry the queer stone came from. December 25. Christmas. Peace on earth, and so forth. These two swine are goggling at each other as if I didn't exist. They must think I'm deaf, dumb, and blind. Well, the barium sulfate and calcium chloride came from Albany last Thursday, and the acids, catalytics, and instruments are due from Montreal any day now. The mills of the gods, and all that. I'll do the work in Allen's Cave near the Lower Wood lot, and at the same time will be openly making some wine in the cellar here. There ought to be some excuse for offering a new drink, though it won't take much planning to fool those moonstruck nincompoops. The trouble will be to make Rose take wine, for she pretends not to like it. Any experiments that I make on animals will be down at the cave, and nobody ever thinks of going there in winter. I'll do some wood cutting to account for my time away. A small load or two brought in will keep him off the track. January 20. It's harder work than I thought. A lot depends on the exact proportions. The stuff came from Montreal, but I had to send again for some better scales and an acetylene lamp. They're getting curious down at the village. Wish the express office weren't in Steenwick's store. I'm trying various mixtures on the sparrows that drink and bathe in the pool in front of the cave. When it's melted, sometimes it kills them, but sometimes they fly away. Clearly I've missed some important reaction. I suppose Rose and that upstart are making the most of my absence, but I can afford to let them. There can be no doubt of my success in the end. February 11. Have got it at last. Put a fresh lot in the little pool, which is well melted today, and the first bird that drank toppled over as if he were shot. I picked him up a second later, and he was a perfect piece of stone, down to the smallest claws and feather. Not a muscle changed since he was poised for drinking, so he must have died the instant any of the stuff got to his stomach. I didn't expect the petrification to come so soon, but a sparrow isn't a fair test of the way the thing would act with a large animal. I must get something bigger to try it on, for it must be the right strength when I give it to those swine. I guess Rose's dog Rex will do. I'll take him along the next time and say a timber wolf got him. She thinks a lot of him, and I shan't be sorry to give her something to sniffle over before the big reckoning. I must be careful where I keep this book. Rose sometimes pries around in the queerest places. February 15th. Getting warm. Tried it on Rex, and it worked like a charm, with only double the strength. I fixed the rock pool and got him to drink. He seemed to know something queer had hit him, for he bristled and growled, but he was a piece of stone before he could turn his head. The solution ought to have been stronger, and for a human being ought to be very much stronger. I think I'm getting the hang of it now, and am about ready for that Kerr-wheeler. The stuff seems to be tasteless, but to make sure I'll flavor it with the new wine I'm making up at the house. Wish I was sure about the tastelessness, so I could give it to Rose in water without trying to urge wine on her. I'll get the two separately. Wheeler out here and Rose at home. Have just fixed a strong solution and cleared away all strange objects in front of the cave. Rose whimpered like a puppy when I told her a wolf had got Rex, and Wheeler gurgled a lot of sympathy. March 1st. Really, praise the Lord Sathogwa, I've got the son of hell at last. Told him I'd found a new ledge of friable limestone down this way, and he trotted after me like the yellow cur he is. I had the wine-flavored stuff in a bottle on my hip, and he was glad of a swig when we got here. Gulped it down without a wink, and dropped in his tracks before you could count 3. But he knows I've had my vengeance, for I made a face at him that he couldn't miss. I saw the look of understanding come into his face as he keeled over. In 2 minutes he was solid stone. I dragged him into the cave and put Rex's figure outside again. That bristling dog shape will help to scare people off. It's getting time for the spring hunters, and besides, there's a damned lunger named Jackson in a cabin over the hill who does a lot of snooping around in the snow. I wouldn't want my laboratory and storeroom to be found just yet. When I got home, I told Rose that Wheeler had found a telegram at the village, summoning him suddenly home. I don't know whether she believed me or not, but it doesn't matter. For form's sake, I packed Wheeler's things and took them down the hill, telling her I was going to ship them after him. I put them in the dry well at the abandoned Rapley place. Now for Rose. March 3rd. Can't get Rose to drink any wine. I hope that stuff is tasteless enough to go unnoticed in water. I tried it in tea and coffee, but it forms a precipitate and can't be used that way. If I use it in water, I'll have to cut down the dose and trust to a more gradual action. Mr. and Mrs. Hoog dropped in this noon, and I had hard work keeping the conversation away from Wheeler's departure. It mustn't get around that we say he was called back to New York when everybody at the village knows no telegram came, and that he didn't leave on the bus. Rose is acting damned queer about the whole thing. I'll have to pick a quarrel with her and keep her locked in the attic. The best way is to try to make her drink that doctored wine, and if she does give in, so much better. March 7th. Have started in on Rose. She wouldn't drink the wine, so I took a whip to her and drove her up in the attic. She'll never come down alive. I pass her a platter of salty bread and salt meat and a pail of slightly doctored water twice a day. The salt food ought to make her drink a lot, and it can't be long before the action sets in. I don't like the way she shouts about Wheeler when I'm at the door. The rest of the time she is absolutely silent. March 9th. It's damned peculiar how slow that stuff is in getting hold of Rose. I'll have to make it stronger. Probably she'll never taste it with all the salt I've been feeding her. Well, if it doesn't get her, there are plenty of other ways to fall back on. But I would like to carry this neat statue plan through. Went to the cave this morning, and all is well there. I sometimes hear Rose's steps on the ceiling overhead, and I think they're getting more and more dragging. The stuff is certainly working, but it's too slow. Not strong enough. From now on, I'll rapidly stiffen up the dose. March 11th. It is very queer. She is still alive and moving. Tuesday night I heard her piggling with a window, so went up and gave her a rawhiding. She acts more sullen than frightened, and her eyes look swollen, but she could never drop to the ground from that height, and there's nowhere she could climb down. I have had dreams at night, for her slow, dragging pacing on the floor above gets on my nerves. Sometimes I think she works at the lock on the door. March 15th. Still alive, despite all the strengthening of the dose. There's something queer about it. She crawls now, and doesn't pace very often. But the sound of her crawling is horrible. She rattles the windows too and fumbles with the door. I shall have to finish her off with a rawhide if this keeps up. I'm getting very sleepy. Wonder if Rose has got on her guard somehow. But she must be drinking the stuff. This sleepiness is abnormal. I think the strain is telling on me. I'm sleepy. Here the cramped handwriting trails out in a vague scrawl, giving place to a note in a firmer, evidently feminine handwriting, indicative of great emotional tension. March 16, 4 a.m. This is added by Rose C. Morris, about to die. Please notify my father, Osborne E. Chandler, Route 2, Mountain Top, New York. I have just read what the beast has written. I felt sure he had killed Arthur Wheeler, but did not know how till I read this terrible notebook. Now I know what I escaped. I noticed the water tasted queer, so took none of it after the first sip. I threw it all out of the window. That one sip has half paralyzed me, but I can still get about. The thirst was terrible, but I ate as little as possible of the salty food, and was able to get a little water by setting some old pans and dishes that were up, here under places where the roof leaked. There were 2 great rains. I thought he was trying to poison me, though I didn't know what the poison was like. What he has written about himself and me is a lie. We were never happy together, and I think I married him only under one of those spells that he was able to lay on people. I guess he hypnotized both my father and me, for he was always hated and feared and suspected of dark dealings with the devil. My father once called him the devil's kin, and he was right. No one will ever know what I went through as his wife. It was not simply common cruelty, though God knows he was cruel enough, and beat me often with a leather whip. It was more than anyone in this age can ever understand. He was a monstrous creature, and practiced all sorts of hellish ceremonies handed down by his mother's people. He tried to make me help in the rites, and I don't dare even hint what they were. I would not, so he beat me. It would be blasphemy to tell what he tried to make me do. I can say he was a murderer even then, for I know what he sacrificed one night on Thunder Hill. He was surely the devil's kin. I tried 4 times to run away, but he always caught and beat me. Also, he had a sort of hold over my mind, and even over my father's mind. About Arthur Wheeler, I have nothing to be ashamed of. We did come to love each other, but only in an honorable way. He gave me the first kind treatment I had ever had since leaving my father's, and meant to help me get out of the clutches of that fiend. He had several talks with my father, and was going to help me get out west. After my divorce, we would have been married. Ever since that brute locked me in the attic, I have planned to get out and finish him. I always kept the poison overnight in case I could escape and find him asleep and give it to him somehow. At first he waked easily when I worked on the lock of the door and tested the conditions at the windows, but later he began to get more tired and sleep sounder. I could always tell by his snoring when he was asleep. Tonight he was so fast asleep, I forced the lock without waking him. It was hard work getting downstairs with my partial paralysis, but I did. I found him here with the lamp burning, asleep at the table, where he had been writing in this book. In the corner was the long rawhide whip he had so often beaten me with. I used it to tie him to the chair so he could not move a muscle. I lashed his neck so that I could pour anything down his throat without his resisting. He waked up just as I was finishing, and I guess he saw right off that he was done for. He shouted frightful things and tried to chant mystical formulas, but I choked him off with a dish towel from the sink. Then I saw this book he'd been writing in, and stopped to read it. The shock was terrible, and I almost fainted 4 or 5 times. My mind was not ready for such things. After that I talked to that fiend for 2 or 3 hours steady. I told him everything I had wanted to tell him through all the years I had been his slave, and a lot of other things that had to do with what I had read in this awful book. He looked almost purple when I was through, and I think he was half delirious. Then I got a funnel from the cupboard and jammed it into his mouth after taking out the gag. He knew what I was going to do, but was helpless. I had brought down the pail of poisoned water, and without a qualm, I poured a good half of it into the funnel. It must have been a very strong dose, for almost at once I saw that brute begin to stiffen and turn a dull, stony grey. In 10 minutes I knew he was solid stone. I could not bear to touch him, but the tin funnel clinked horribly when I pulled it out of his mouth. I wish I could have given that kin of the devil a more painful, lingering death, but surely this was the most appropriate he could have had. There is not much more to say. I am half paralyzed, and with Arthur murdered I have nothing to live for. I shall make things complete by drinking the rest of the poison after placing this book where it will be found. In a quarter of an hour I shall be a stone statue. My only wish is to be buried beside the statue that was Arthur. When it is found in that cave where the fiend left it, poor trusting Rex ought to lie at our feet. I do not care what becomes of the stone devil tied in the chair. End of The Man of Stone by HP Lovecraft and Hazel Heald. The Horror in the Burying Ground by HP Lovecraft and Hazel Heald. Weird Tales, 1937. When the state highway to Rutland is closed, travelers are forced to take the Stillwater Road past Swamp Hollow. The scenery is superb in places, yet somehow the route has been unpopular for years. There is something depressing about it, especially near Stillwater itself. Motorists feel subtly uncomfortable about the tightly shuttered farmhouse on the knoll just north of the village, and about the white-bearded half-wit who haunts the old burying ground on the south, apparently talking to the occupants of some of the graves. Not much is left of Stillwater now. The soil is played out, and most of the people have drifted to the towns across the distant river or to the city beyond the distant hills. The steeple of the old white church has fallen down, and half of the 20-odd straggling houses are empty and in various stages of decay. Normal life is found only around Peck's General Store and filling station, and it is here that the curious stop now and then to ask about the shuttered house and the idiot who mutters to the dead. Most of the questioners come away with a touch of distaste and disquiet. They find the shabby loungers oddly unpleasant and full of unnamed hints in speaking of the long past events brought up. There is a menacing, portentous quality in the tones which they use to describe very ordinary events. A seemingly unjustified tendency to assume a furtive, suggestive, confidential air and to fall into awesome whispers at certain points, which insidiously disturbs the listener. Old Yankees often talk like that, but in this case the melancholy aspect of the half-mouldering village and the dismal nature of the story unfolded give these gloomy, secretive mannerisms an added significance. One feels profoundly the quintessential horror that lurks behind the isolated Puritan and his strange repressions, feels it, and longs to escape precipitately into clearer air. The loungers whisper impressively that the shuttered house is that of old Miss Sprague, Sophie Sprague, whose brother Tom was buried on the 17th of June back in '86. Sophie was never the same after that funeral. That and the other thing which happened the same day. And in the end she took to staying in all the time. Won't even be seen now, but leaves notes under the back door mat, and has her things brought from the store by Ned Peck's boy. Afraid of something. The old Swamp Hollow burying ground most of all. Never could be dragged near there since her brother, and the other one, were laid away. Not much wonder, though, seeing the way crazy Johnny Dow rants. He hangs around the burying ground all day and sometimes at night, and claims he talks with Tom and the other. Then he marches by Sophie's house and shouts things at her. That's why she began to keep the shutters closed. He says things are coming from somewhere to get her sometime. Ought to be stopped, but one can't be too hard on poor Johnny. Besides, Steve Barber always had his opinions. Johnny does his talking to two of the graves. One of them is Tom Sprague's. The other, at the opposite end of the graveyard, is that of Henry Thorndyke, who was buried on the same day. Henry was the village undertaker, the only one in Miles, and never liked around Stillwater, a city fellow from Rutland, been to college and full of book learning, read queer things nobody else ever heard of, and mixed chemicals for no good purpose, always trying to invent something new, some newfangled embalming fluid, or some foolish kind of medicine. Some folks said he had tried to be a doctor, but failed in his studies and took to the next best profession. Of course, there wasn't much undertaking to do in a place like Stillwater, but Henry farmed on the side. Mean, morbid disposition, and a secret drinker if you could judge by the empty bottles in his rubbish heap. No wonder Tom Sprague hated him and blackballed him from the Masonic Lodge and warned him off when he tried to make up to Sophie. The way he experimented on animals was against nature and scripture. Who could forget the state that Collie Dog was found in, or what happened to old Mrs. Akeley's cat? Then there was the matter of Deacon Levitt's calf, when Tom had led a band of the village boys to demand an accounting. The curious thing was that the calf came alive after all in the end, though Tom had found it as stiff as a poker. Some said the joke was on Tom, but Thorndyke probably thought otherwise, since he had gone down under his enemy's fist before the mistake was discovered. Tom, of course, was half drunk at the time. He was a vicious brute at best, and kept his poor sister half cowed with threats. That's probably why she is such a fear-racked creature still. There were only the two of them, and Tom would never let her leave because that meant splitting the property. Most of the fellows were too afraid of him to shine up to Sophie. He stood 6'1" in his stockings. But Henry Thorndyke was a sly cuss who had ways of doing things behind folks' backs. He wasn't much to look at, but Sophie never discouraged him any. Mean and ugly as he was, she'd have been glad if anybody could have freed her from her brother. She may not have stopped to wonder how she could get clear of him after he got her clear of Tom. Well, that was the way things stood in June of '86. Up to this point, the whispers of the loungers at Peck's store are not so unbearably portentous, but as they continue, the element of secretiveness and malign tension grows. Tom Sprague, it appears, used to go to Rutland on periodic sprees, his absences being Henry Thorndyke's great opportunities. He was always in bad shape when he got back, and old Dr. Pratt, deaf and half-blind though he was, used to warn him about his heart and about the danger of delirium tremens. Folks could always tell by the shouting and cursing when he was home again. It was on the 9th of June, on a Wednesday, the day after young Joshua Goodenough finished building his new-fangled silo, that Tom started out on his last and longest spree. He came back the next Tuesday morning, and folks at the store saw him lashing his bay stallion the way he did when whiskey had a hold of him. Then there came shouts and shrieks and oaths from the Sprague house, and the first thing anybody knew, Sophie was running over to old Dr. Pratt's at top speed. The doctor found Thorndyke at Sprague's when he got there, and Tom was on the bed in his room, with eyes staring and foam around his mouth. Old Pratt fumbled around and gave the usual tests, then shook his head solemnly and told Sophie she had suffered a great bereavement, that her nearest and dearest had passed through the pearly gates to a better land, just as everybody knew he would if he didn't let up on his drinking. Sophie kind of sniffled, the lounger's whisper, but didn't seem to take on much. Thorndyke didn't do anything but smile, perhaps at the ironic fact that he, always an enemy, was now the only person who could be of any use to Thomas Sprague. He shouted something in old Dr. Pratt's half-good ear about the need of having the funeral early on account of Tom's condition. Drunks like that were always doubtful subjects, and any extra delay, with merely rural facilities, would entail consequences, visual and otherwise, hardly acceptable to the deceased's loving mourners. The doctor had muttered that Tom's alcoholic career ought to have embalmed him pretty well in advance, but Thorndyke assured him to the contrary, at the same time boasting of his own skill, and of the superior methods he had devised through his experiments. It is here that the whispers of the loungers grow acutely disturbing. Up to this point, the story is usually told by Ezra Davenport or Luther Fry, if Ezra is laid up with chilblains, as he is apt to be in winter, but from there on old Calvin Wheeler takes up the thread, and his voice has a damnably insidious way of suggesting hidden horror. If Johnny Dow happens to be passing by, there is always a pause, for Stillwater does not like to have Johnny talk too much with strangers. Calvin edges close to the traveller, and sometimes seizes a coat lapel with his gnarled, mottled hand, while he half shuts his watery blue eyes. "Well, sir," he whispers, "Henry he went home, and got his undertaker's fixins. Crazy Johnny Dow lugged most of 'em, for he was always doing chores for Henry, and says as Doc Pratt and Crazy Johnny should help lay out the body. Doc always did say as how he thought Henry talked too much, a boastin' what a fine workman he was, and how lucky it was that Stillwater had a regular undertaker instead of buryin' folks jest as they was, like they do over to Whitby. Suppose, says he, some fellow was to be took with some of them paralyzing cramps like you read about. How'd a body like it when they lowered him down and begun shoveling the dirt back? How'd he like it when he was choking down there under the new headstone, scratching and tearing, if he chanced to get back the power, but all the time knowing it wasn't no use? No, sir. I tell you, it's a blessin' Stillwater's got a smart doctor as knows when a man's dead and when he ain't, and a trained undertaker who can fix a corpse so he'll stay put without no trouble. That was the way Henry went on talking, most like he was talking to poor Tom's remains, and old Doc Pratt he didn't like what he was able to catch of it, even though Henry did call him a smart doctor. Crazy Johnny kept watching of the corpse, and it didn't make it none too pleasant the way he'd slobber about things like, "He ain't cold, Doc," or "I see his eyelids move," or "There's a hole in his arm jest like the ones I get when Henry gives me a syringe full of what makes me feel good." Thorndyke shut him up on that, though we all knowed he'd been giving poor Johnny drugs. It's a wonder the poor fellow ever got clear of the habit. But the worst thing, according to the doctor, was the way the body jerked up when Henry began to shoot it full of embalming fluid. He'd been boasting about what a fine new formula he'd got practicing on cats and dogs, when all of a sudden Tom's corpse began to double up like it was alive and fixin' to wrestle. land of Goshen, but Doc says he was scared stiff, though he knowed the way corpses act when the muscles begin to stiffen. Well, sir, the long and short of it is that the corpse sat up and grabbed a holt of Thorndyke's syringe so that it got stuck in Henry hisself and give him as neat a dose of his own embalming fluid as you'd wish to see. That got Henry pretty scared, though he yanked the point out and managed to get the body down again and shot full of the fluid. He kept measuring more of the stuff out as though he wanted to be sure there was enough, and kept reassuring himself as not much had got into him, but Crazy Johnny begun singing out. That's what you give Lige Hopkins' dog when it got all dead and stiff and then waked up again. Now you're a-going to get dead and stiff like Tom Sprague be. Remember, it don't set to work till after a long spell if you don't get much. Sophie, she was downstairs with some of the neighbours. My wife Matildy, she that's dead and gone this 30 year, was one of them. They were all trying to find out whether Thorndyke was over when Tom came home, and whether finding him there was what set poor Tom off. I may as well say as some folks thought it mighty funny that Sophie didn't carry on more, nor mind the way Thorndyke had smiled. Not as anybody was hinting that Henry helped Tom off with some of his queer cooked-up fluids and syringes, or that Sophie would keep still if she thought so. But you know how folks will guess behind a body's back. We all knowed the nigh crazy way Thorndyke had hated Tom, not without reason, at that. And Emily Barber says to my Matildy as how Henry was lucky to have old Doc Pratt right on the spot with a death certificate, as didn't leave no doubt for nobody. When old Calvin gets to this point, he usually begins to mumble indistinguishably in his straggling, dirty white beard. Most listeners try to edge away from him, and he seldom appears to heed the gesture. It is generally Fred Peck, who was a very small boy at the time of the events, who continues the tale. Thomas Sprague's funeral was held on Thursday, June 17th, only 2 days after his death. Such haste was thought almost indecent in remote and inaccessible Stillwater, where long distances had to be covered by those who came. But Thorndyke had insisted that the peculiar condition of the deceased demanded it. The undertaker had seemed rather nervous since preparing the body, and could be seen frequently feeling his pulse. Old Dr. Pratt thought he must be worrying about the accidental dose of embalming fluid. Naturally, the story of the laying out had spread, so that a double zest animated the mourners who assembled to glut their curiosity and morbid interest. Thorndyke, though he was obviously upset, seemed intent on doing his professional duty in magnificent style. Sophie and others who saw the body were most startled by its utter lifelikeness, and the mortuary virtuoso made doubly sure of his job by repeating certain injections at stated intervals. He almost wrung a sort of reluctant admiration from the townsfolk and visitors, though he tended to spoil that impression by his boastful and tasteless talk. Whenever he administered to his silent charge, he would repeat that eternal rambling about the good luck of having a first-class undertaker. "What?" he would say, as if directly addressing the body. If Tom had had one of those careless fellows who bury their subjects alive, the way he harped on the horrors of premature burial was truly barbarous and sickening. Services were held in the stuffy best room, opened for the first time since Mrs. Sprague died. The tuneless little parlour organ groaned disconsolately, and the coffin, supported on trestles near the hall door, was covered with sickly-smelling flowers. It was obvious that a record-breaking crowd was assembling from far and near, and Sophie endeavoured to look properly grief-stricken for their benefit. At unguarded moments she seemed both puzzled and uneasy, dividing her scrutiny between the feverish-looking undertaker and the lifelike body of her brother. A slow disgust at Thorndyke seemed to be brewing within her, and neighbours whispered freely that she would soon send him about his business now that Tom was out of the way. That is, if she could, for such a slick customer was sometimes hard to deal with. But with her money and remaining looks, she might be able to get another fellow, and he'd probably take care of Henry well enough. As the organ wheezed into Beautiful Isle of Somewhere, the Methodist church choir, added their lugubrious voices to the gruesome cacophony, and everyone looked piously at Deacon Levitt. Everyone, that is, except crazy Johnny Dow, who kept his eyes glued to the still form beneath the glass of the coffin. He was muttering softly to himself. Stephen Barber, from the next farm, was the only one who noticed Johnny. He shivered as he saw that the idiot was talking directly to the corpse, and even making foolish signs with his fingers as if to taunt the sleeper beneath the plate glass. Tom, he reflected, had kicked poor Johnny around on more than one occasion, though probably not without provocation. Something about this whole event was getting on Stephen's nerves. There was a suppressed tension and brooding abnormality in the air for which he could not account. Johnny ought not to have been allowed in the house, and it was curious what an effort Thorndyke seemed to be making not to look at the body. Every now and then the undertaker would feel his pulse with an odd air. The Reverend Silas Atwood droned on in a plaintive monotone about the deceased, about the striking of death's sword in the midst of this little family, breaking the earthly tie between this loving brother and sister. Several of the neighbours looked furtively at one another from beneath lowered eyelids, while Sophie actually began to sob nervously. Thorndyke moved to her side and tried to reassure her, but she seemed to shrink curiously away from him. His motions were distinctly uneasy, and he seemed to feel acutely the abnormal tension permeating the air. Finally, conscious of his duty as master of ceremonies, he stepped forward and announced in a sepulchral voice that the body might be viewed for the last time. Slowly the friends and neighbours filed past the bier, from which Thorndyke roughly dragged crazy Johnny away. Tom seemed to be resting peacefully. That devil had been handsome in his day. A few genuine sobs, and many feigned ones, were heard, though most of the crowd were content to stare curiously and whisper afterward. Steve Barber lingered long and attentively over the still face and moved away shaking his head. His wife, Emily, following after him, whispered that Henry Thorndyke had better not boast so much about his work, for Tom's eyes had come open. They had been shut when the services began, for she had been up and looked, but they certainly looked natural, not the way one would expect after 2 days. When Fred Peck gets this far, he usually pauses, as if he did not like to continue. The listener, too, tends to feel that something unpleasant is ahead. But Peck reassures his audience with the statement that what happened isn't as bad as folks like to hint. Even Steve never put into words what he may have thought, and crazy Johnny, of course, can't be counted at all. It was Luella Morse, the nervous old maid who sang in the choir, who seems to have touched things off. She was filing past the coffin like the rest, but stopped to peer a little closer than anyone else, except the Barbers had peered. And then, without warning, she gave a shrill scream and fell in a dead faint. Naturally, the room was at once a chaos of confusion. Old Dr. Pratt elbowed his way to Luella and called for some water to throw in her face, and others surged up to look at her and at the coffin. Johnny Dow began chanting to himself, he knows, he kin hear all we're a-sayin', see all we're a-doin', and they'll bury him that way." But no one stopped to decipher his mumbling except Steve Barber. In a very few moments, Luella began to come out of her faint, and could not tell exactly what had startled her. All she could whisper was, "The way he looked, the way he looked." But to other eyes the body seemed exactly the same. It was a gruesome sight, though, with those open eyes and that high colouring. And then the bewildered crowd noticed something which put both Luella and the body out of their minds for a moment. It was Thorndyke, on whom the sudden excitement and jostling crowd seemed to be having a curiously bad effect. He had evidently been knocked down in the general bustle, and was on the floor trying to drag himself to a sitting posture. The expression on his face was terrifying in the extreme, and his eyes were beginning to take on a glazed, fishy expression. He could scarcely speak aloud, but the husky rattle of his throat held an ineffable desperation which was obvious to all. "Get me home, quick, and let me be. That fluid I got in my arm by mistake. Heart action. This damned excitement. Too much. Wait. Wait. Don't think I'm dead if I seem to. Only the fluid. Just get me home and wait. I'll come to later, don't know how long. All the time I'll be conscious and know what's going on. Don't be deceived." As his words trailed off into nothingness, old Dr. Pratt reached him and felt his pulse, watching a long time and finally shaking his head. "No use doing anything. He's gone. Heart no good. And that fluid he got in his arm must have been bad stuff. I don't know what it is." A kind of numbness seemed to fall on all the company. New death in the chamber of death. Only Steve Barber thought to bring up Thorndyke's last choking words. Was he surely dead, when he himself had said he might falsely seem so? Wouldn't it be better to wait a while and see what would happen? And for that matter, what harm would it do if Doc Pratt were to give Tom Sprague another looking over before burial? Crazy Johnny was moaning, and had flung himself on Thorndyke's body like a faithful dog. "Don't ye bury him, don't ye bury him. He ain't dead no more, nor Lige Hopkins' dog, nor Deacon Levitt's calf was when he shot 'em full. He's got some stuff he puts into ye to make ye seem like dead when ye ain't. Ye seem like dead, but ye know everything what's a-goin' on, and the next day ye come to as good as ever. Don't ye bury him. He'll come to under the earth and he can't scratch up. He's a good man, and not like Tom Sprague. Hope to God Tom scratches and chokes for hours and hours." But no one save Barber was paying any attention to poor Johnny. Indeed, what Steve himself had said had evidently fallen on deaf ears. Uncertainty was everywhere. Old Doc Pratt was applying final tests and mumbling about death certificate blanks, and unctuous Elder Atwood was suggesting that something be done about a double interment. With Thorndyke dead, there was no undertaker this side of Rutland, and it would mean a terrible expense if one were to be brought from there, and if Thorndyke were not embalmed in this hot June weather, well, one couldn't tell. And there were no relatives or friends to be critical, unless Sophie chose to be. But Sophie was on the other side of the room, staring silently, fixedly, and almost morbidly into her brother's coffin. Deacon Levitt tried to restore a semblance of decorum, and had poor Thorndyke carried across the hall to the sitting room, meanwhile sending Zenas Wells and Walter Perkins over to the undertaker's house for a coffin of the right size. The key was in Henry's trousers pocket. Johnny continued to whine and paw at the body, and Elder Atwood busied himself with inquiring about Thorndyke's denomination. For Henry had not attended local services, when it was decided that his folks in Rutland, all dead now, had been Baptists, the Reverend Silas decided that Deacon Levitt had better offer the brief prayer. It was a gala day for the funeral fanciers of Stillwater and vicinity. Even Luella had recovered enough to stay. Gossip, murmured and whispered, buzzed busily while a few composing touches were given to Thorndyke's cooling, stiffening form. Johnny had been cuffed out of the house, as most agreed he should have been in the first place, but his distant howls were now and then wafted gruesomely in. When the body was encoffined and laid out beside that of Thomas Sprague, the silent, almost frightening-looking Sophie gazed intently at it, as she had gazed at her brothers. She had not uttered a word for a dangerously long time, and the mixed expression on her face was past all describing or interpreting. As the others withdrew to leave her alone with the dead, she managed to find a sort of mechanical speech, but no one could make out the words, and she seemed to be talking first to one body and then the other. And now, with what would seem to an outsider the acme of gruesome unconscious comedy, the whole funeral mummery of the afternoon was listlessly repeated. Again the organ wheezed, again the choir screeched and scraped, again a droning incantation arose, and again the morbidly curious spectators filed past a macabre object. This time, a dual array of mortuary repose. Some of the more sensitive people shivered at the whole proceeding, and again Stephen Barber felt an underlying note of eldritch horror and demoniac abnormality. God, how lifelike both of those corpses were, and how in earnest poor Thorndyke had been about not wanting to be judged dead, and how he hated Tom Sprague. But what could one do in the face of common sense? A dead man was a dead man, and there was old Doc Pratt with his years of experience. If nobody else bothered, why should one bother oneself? Whatever Tom had got, he had probably deserved. And if Henry had done anything to him, the score was even now. Well, Sophie was free at last. As the peering procession moved at last toward the hall and the outer door, Sophie was alone with the dead once more. Elder Atwood was out in the road talking to the hearse driver from Lee's livery stable, and Deacon Levitt was arranging for a double quota of pallbearers. Luckily, the hearse would hold 2 coffins. No hurry. Ed Plummer and Ethan Stone were going ahead with shovels to dig the second grave. There would be 3 livery hacks and any number of private rigs in the cavalcade. No use trying to keep the crowd away from the graves. Then came that frantic scream from the parlor where Sophie and the bodies were. Its suddenness almost paralyzed the crowd and brought back the same sensation which had surged up when Luella had screamed and fainted. Steve Barber and Deacon Levitt started to go in, but before they could enter the house, Sophie was bursting forth, sobbing and gasping about, "That face at the window! That face at the window!" At the same time, a wild-eyed figure rounded the corner of the house, removing all mystery from Sophie's dramatic cry. It was, very obviously, the face's owner, poor crazy Johnny, who began to leap up and down, pointing at Sophie and shrieking, "She knows! She knows! I seen it in her face when she looked at 'em and talked to 'em. She knows, and she's a-letting 'em go down in the earth to scratch and claw for air. But they'll talk to her so she can hear 'em. They'll talk to her and appear to her, and someday they'll come back and get her." Zenas Wells dragged the shrieking half-wit to a woodshed behind the house and bolted him in, as best he could. His screams and poundings could be heard at a distance, but nobody paid him any further attention. The procession was made up. And with Sophie in the first hack, it slowly covered the short distance past the village to the swamp hollow burying ground. Elder Atwood made appropriate remarks as Thomas Sprague was laid to rest, and by the time he was through, Ed and Ethan had finished Thorndyke's grave on the other side of the cemetery, to which the crowd presently shifted. Deacon Levitt then spoke ornamentally, and the lowering process was repeated. People had begun to drift off in knots, and the clatter of receding buggies and carryalls was quite universal when the shovels began to fly again. As the earth thudded down on the coffin lids, Thorndyke's first, Steve Barber noticed the queer expressions flitting over Sophie Sprague's face. He couldn't keep track of them all, but behind the rest there seemed to lurk a sort of wry, perverse, half-suppressed look of vague triumph. He shook his head. Zenas had run back and let crazy Johnny out of the woodshed before Sophie got home, and the poor fellow at once made frantically for the graveyard. He arrived before the shovelmen were through, and while many of the curious mourners were still lingering about. What he shouted into Tom Sprague's partly filled grave, and how he clawed at the loose earth of Thorndyke's freshly finished mound across the cemetery, surviving spectators still shudder to recall. Jotham Blake, the constable, had to take him back to the town farm by force, and his screams waked dreadful echoes. This is where Fred Peck usually leaves off the story. What more, he asks, is there to tell? It was a gloomy tragedy, and one can scarcely wonder that Sophie grew queer after that. That is all one hears if the hour is so late that old Calvin Wheeler has tottered home. But when he is still around, he breaks in again with that damnably suggestive and insidious whisper. Sometimes those who hear him dread to pass either the shuttered house or the graveyard afterward, especially after dark. Here. Fred was only a little shaver then, and don't remember no more than half of what was going on. You want to know why Sophie keeps her house shuttered and why crazy Johnny still keeps her talking to the dead and a shouting at Sophie's windows. Well, sir, I don't know's I know all there is to know, but I hear what I hear. Here the old man ejects his cud of tobacco and leans forward to buttonhole the listener. It was that same night, mind ye, toward morning, and just 8 hours after them burials, when we heard the first scream from Sophie's house. Woke us all up. Steve and Emily Barber and me and Matilda goes over hot footing, all in night gear, and finds Sophie all dressed and dead fainted on the setting room floor. Lucky she hadn't locked the door. When we got her to, she was shaking like a leaf and wouldn't let on by so much as a word what was ailing her. Matilda and Emily done what they could to quiet her down, but Steve whispered things to me as didn't make me none too easy. Come about an hour when we allowed we'd be going home soon, that Sophie she begun to tip her head on one side like she was a-listening to something. Then on a sudden she screamed again and keeled over in another faint. Well, sir, I'm telling what I'm telling, and won't do no guessing like Steve Barber would have done if he dared. He always was the greatest hand for hinting things. Died 10 years ago of pneumonia. What we heard so faint like was just poor crazy Johnny, of course. Tain't more than a mile to the burying ground, and he must have got out of the window where they'd locked him up at the town farm. Even if Constable Blake says he didn't get out that night, from that day to this he hangs around them graves a-talking to the both of them, cussing and kicking at Tom's mound, and putting posies and things on Henry's. And when he ain't a-doing that, he's hanging around Sophie's shuttered windows, howling about what's a-coming soon to get her. She wouldn't never go near the burying ground, and now she won't come out of the house at all nor see nobody. Got to saying there was a curse on Stillwater, and I'm dinged if she ain't half right, the way things is a-going to pieces these days. There certainly was something queer about Sophie right along, once when Sally Hopkins was a-calling on her. In 97 or 98, I think it was. There was an awful rattling at her winders, and Johnny was safe locked up at the time. At least, so Constable Dodge swore up and down. But I ain't taking no stock in their stories about noises every 17th of June, or about faint shining figures a-trying Sophie's door and winders every black morning about 2 o'clock. You see, it was about 2 o'clock in the morning that Sophie heard the sounds and keeled over twice that first night after the burying. Steve and me, and Matilda and Emily, heard the second lot, faint as it was, just like I told you. And I'm a-telling you again as how it must have been crazy Johnny over to the burying ground. Let Jotham Blake claim what he will. There ain't no telling the sound of a man's voice so far off, and with our heads full of nonsense it ain't no wonder we thought there was 2 voices. And voices that hadn't ought to be speaking at all. Steve, he claimed to have heard more than I did. I verily believe he took some stock in ghosts. Matilda and Emily were so scared they didn't remember what they heard. And curious enough, nobody else in town, if anybody was awake at the ungodly hour, never said nothing about hearing no sounds at all. Whatever it was so faint it might have been the wind if there hadn't been words. I made out a few, but don't want to say as I'd back up all Steve claimed to have caught. She-devil, all the time. Henry, and alive, was plain, and so was you know. Said you'd stand by, get rid of him and bury me, in a kind of changed voice. Then there was that awful coming again some day, in a death-like squawk, but you can't tell me Johnny couldn't have made those sounds. Hey you, what's taking you off in such a hurry? Maybe, there's more I could tell you if I had a mind. End of the Horror in the Burying Ground by HP Lovecraft and Hazel Heald. This is the end of the story. Tell us what you think in the comment section. Please subscribe and ring the notification bell so you'll be the first to know when we release new content. If you want to support us, consider joining our channel membership. You will get instant early access to more than 100 stories before their release. This is the only way to support our channel.